Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution, and it's the hardest working revolutionary in the business. Cool Figure King. Why? Before we get into this very, very good information, I need y'all to be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You like, share, subscribe, let everybody know Cool Figure Live. And I just posted some information on my wall, YouTube wall, community wall. Y'all go check that out. Showing that when I say wipe y'all feet, y'all been hitting that like button and y'all have put me in the algorithm. Even when I was being shadow banned, even YouTube had to admit that and send me an email. They're shocked this small channel has had over 70,000 likes. They're like, what the hell? Who the hell are you? I said, I'm Yao Mean. Who the hell are you? They say, hey, we just wanted to let you know you one of the ones. We tipping our hat to y'all. I know. It's because my people show me love and they refuse to let me be shadow banned. So continue to put pressure and hit that like button, wipe your feet, because we're making real noise here. We can't be stopped. And I'm the hardest working revolutionary. So we get double the likes than triple, quadruple the likes than other phony YouTube channels. Nobody like their stuff. So here we doubling back today, second YouTube live of today, because I owe y'all, like I told y'all. We're going to get into some prophetic information. I couldn't put it all in the title because they watching. But we're going to learn about the ADL and what they have been doing. Our people, salute, Queen, salute, family. Congrats to y'all for helping me keep this channel jumping like this. But that's why I'm here, to keep getting the work done. But the K Mafia group, y'all know who the K Mafia is. We can't say their whole name, or then YouTube will start really hating on us. But we're going to see how they have been targeting our people. And we're going to watch a video about the secret relationship between blacks and Jews. People was asking me to play this. I finally found it. So, we got a long night of revolution.
Over the weekend, the ADL decided to issue a tweet celebrating a dead pedophile and murderer. That individual's name, and I can show you that tweet, his name was Leo Frank. They tweeted this: tomorrow marks 109 years since Leo Frank was lynched by a hate-filled mob in Georgia after being falsely accused and unjustly convicted of murder in a trial marred by anti-Semitism. And they then lie and said that he was finally pardoned in 1986. And they lie only in that it signals to the public that he was not actually a pedophile and he was not actually convicted for pedophilia and murder. The reality is that after 80 years of thuggery, the ADL got some governor in Atlanta to say, okay, well, we'll pardon him. Okay, so they're not saying that he's not guilty, but they're basically saying that he's not alive and he can't appeal the decision. That took 80 years of thuggery, but they refused to say.
I just seen right now, she on suspension. Her channel right now, she might be on the 7 day. She got a strike, so I think it's 7 days. She won't be able to post for this type of information. She been going hard on the small hats, so people can say whatever they want about her. She putting in more work on our historical enemy than they are. And she paying the price. They trying to deplatform her. They trying to treat her like Farrakhan. They don't want the people to hear what she's saying.
Say that he was not guilty because the evidence was so overwhelming. And so I was so upset about this because it was a young Catholic girl that was murdered, Mary Fagan. And here is a picture of Mary Fagan. She was 13 years old. The power dynamic there was that Leo Frank was her boss. He ran the pencil factory that she worked at, and she was a low-wage employee. She was very poor, and all of the girls testified against him, said that he was super creepy, and he was unbelievably wealthy and related to banking families in America and overseas. And so I started speaking about this issue very frustrated at the fact that the ADL was actually born to defend a pedophile. Right? And this is the ADL that has a ton of power in our government. This is the ADL that is constantly tweeting at people, calling them anti-Semitic all the time. They launched their entire organization because
this is the ADL who, remember, before the war on Gaza started after October the 7th, the ADL had a meeting in New York. They sat down with Congressional Black Caucus members. They talked to some of our leaders in our community, and they said that the biggest problem they had, and I keep telling people this, it wasn't Iran, it wasn't Hezbollah, it wasn't the Houthi rebels, it wasn't the Iraqi militias, it wasn't Hamas. No. It was you, black man, black woman. They said the biggest problem they were facing were Black Americans. They said that, the ADL.
Previously to being the ADL, they were B'nai B'rith, which was a Freemason organization in America. And then they created the ADL to defend Leo Frank. This is a part of their legacy, and they can't get rid of it. And that is why people were going wild on Twitter when they had the audacity to tweet this and to pretend that this very guilty man was, in fact, not guilty.
The ADL, also known as the Anti-Defamation League. To tell the story of the Anti-Defamation League, we must first tell the story of the Ku Klux Klan. Why? Because they're connected. The story begins at the end of the Civil War. The Union North had won, and the Confederate South had lost. Southern cities burned to ashes by General Sherman helped deal a fatal blow to the South. And according to Jewish lawyer and researcher Robert M. Rosen, many Germans filled the ranks of the Confederate Army, joining the fight to keep the vestiges of slavery alive. And most of these Jews were Ashkenazi Jewish immigrants from Mother Germany. Their names recorded in the annals of history, with roughly 3,000 Jewish names recorded and cataloged as soldiers in the Confederate Army. The year 1865, and the bloody Civil War was coming to an end. With massive casualties mounting on both sides of the conflict, a Union victory was all but assured, and the freedom of the Negro was at hand. The long-awaited Emancipation Proclamation, which would loose the bonds of slavery, had finally come to the Southern Negro. However, not everyone was pleased with the newfound Negro freedom, which would lead to the Confederate soldiers founding the Ku Klux Klan. Which included Ashkenazi Jews. However, before we proceed, we need to remind our viewers that there were primarily two types of Jews that day: Ashkenazi Jews and Sephardic Jews. As the following reference reads, it reads, the Webster Dictionary definition of Ashkenazi, a member of one of the two great divisions of Jews comprising the Eastern European Yiddish-speaking Jews. First known use, 1828. So according to the Webster Dictionary, the first time the term Ashkenazi was used to refer to a Jew was in the year 1828. In fact, the word Ashkenaz itself, which is a Hebrew word, Found in the Strong's Concordance, which is Strong's H813, that's Strong's H813, which can mean a descendant of Japheth, or the word Ashkenaz can mean of foreign origin, as described in the Strong's Concordance in the Blue Letter Bible Dictionary, which reads Ashkenaz, Strong's H813, root word etymology, of foreign origin. Or if you drop down below, Strong's definitions, Ashkenaz, of foreign origin. Or we can take a look at the King James Bible Dictionary, which reads Ashkenaz, word origin, of foreign origin. Strong's definition, a Japhethite, also his descendants. Or we can even find the definition in the King James Strong's Concordance, which reads Strong's number H813 means Ashkenaz, a son of Gomer, also his descendants in their land. Strong's Concordance, Ashkenaz, of foreign origin. You see, the root word of the word Ashkenaz literally means foreigner. And so, according to the Webster Dictionary, German Jews began to be called Ashkenazi Jews in 1828. And according to books published in the 1800s, they were described as white and pale-skinned Jews, while the Sephardic Jews, on the other hand, were described as black. As the following reference reads, it reads, the Spanish Jew is always dark complexion, and his hair is uniformly black, whilst the German Jew is often as fair as any German, and has light or red hair with blue eyes. And the next reference reads, into every country on the globe, this one people is marked with the colors of all, fair in Britain and Germany, brown in France and in Turkey, swarthy or black in Portugal and in Spain. And the next reference reads, thus the black color is found not only in individuals as the black Jews of Portugal, but in tribes as the Becaris on the Red Sea, whose hair and character are perfectly Semitic. Let's review what we've learned so far. We began our lesson by restating the fact that many Ashkenazi Jews in the Confederate South joined the Confederate Army in support of keeping Negro slavery alive. In fact, Ashkenazi Jew Robert N. Rosen stated the following. A very few were planters. Some were descended from Sephardic Jews, whose ancestors had been expelled from Spain and Portugal in the year Columbus set sail for the Orient. Most Jewish Southerners, however, were Ashkenazi immigrants who in the 1840s and 1850s had fled Bavaria, Prussia, Alsace, Hesse, Baden, Swabia, Westphalia, Hungary, Posen, and Silesia in Prussian Poland and Russian Poland to America, the fabled land of freedom. Skipping ahead, thus overwhelmingly, almost unanimously, some with fear and trepidation, others with courage and enthusiasm, some with reservation, others with firm, unflinching resolve, Southern Jewry cast its lot with the Confederate States of America. Many like Ike Herman had found the land of Canaan. Others like Gustavus Poznanski had found their Jerusalem, their Palestine. Still others like Marcus Baum, Jacob Samuels, Adolf Prosker, and Herschel Kemper had officially found their fatherland. Additionally, we find a cemetery created to honor the fallen Confederate Ashkenazi Jewish soldiers located in Richmond, Virginia, called the Hebrew Confederate Soldiers Cemetery. Estimates of Ashkenazi participation in the Confederacy vary depending on source. However, currently, Jewish researchers have cataloged and recorded roughly 3,000 Confederate Ashkenazi soldiers and counting. These names are found in multiple Ashkenazi Jewish databases, such as Jewish Gen's Jewish American U.S. Civil War Veterans Database, Ancestry.com, and the Chappelle roster. Now, some may attempt to minimize Ashkenazi participation in the Confederate Army by pointing out the relatively small numbers of Ashkenazi soldiers in the overall Confederate Army. However, whether those numbers are small or great, one thing cannot be denied is the significant impact that Ashkenazi had both in the war and eventually within the Ku Klux Klan. Judah
They
P.
never want to talk
Benjamin,
about this.
arguably the most influential Jewish veteran of the Confederacy. Often called the brains of the Confederacy.
All that's an ad.
It was said that the Confederate President Jefferson Davis didn't make a move without running it by Judah P. Benjamin first. You see, Judah P. Benjamin is often listed on paper as a Sephardic Jew because his mother, Rebecca Mendez, was said to be of a prominent Jewish family of Spanish descent. However, Rebecca Mendez's mother, on the other hand, was indeed an Ashkenazi Jew, which would make Judah P. Benjamin an Ashkenazi Jew. As the following reference reads, Benjamin's mother, Rebecca D. Mendez, claimed descent from one of the most prominent Jewish families of Spain, although her mother was of Ashkenazic ancestry. Now, Judah P. Benjamin was made the Secretary of War for the Confederate Army and later named the Secretary of State of the Confederacy by the Confederate President Jefferson Davis. And after the Confederate Army was defeated, former Confederate veterans founded and started the Ku Klux Klan. As the following reference reads, in Pulaski, Tennessee, a group of Confederate veterans convenes to form a secret society that they christen the Ku Klux Klan. And the next reference reads, the infamous Ku Klux Klan was organized in May or early June of 1866 in a law office of Pulaski by 6 bored Confederate veterans. Once the KKK was formed, Judah P. Benjamin then provided horses, saddles, firearms, and other needed tools of terror for the Ku Klux Klan. His contribution helped form and sustain the Klan for years to come. As the following reference reads, Mr. Benjamin's interest in the Ku Klux Klan was so aroused.
They owned a lot of, the funding, the cotton gins, and they owned a lot of the mechanisms that was used to oppress our people. Remember, they were always the money changers, the money lenders. Always that. Always that. They tricked the church, and they tricked some people at one point in time who thinking that was black magic, Babylonian black magic, and messing with money was really a sin and things of that nature. So they decided they was going to be the ones to do it, and they cornered the market. But the history do not want to remind people. We always talked about what happened to us. They never want to talk about the funding of what happened to us. And you get into a little bit of that, and who was actually behind it. You go back you think about Westerns you've seen, and you go into the store that just got opened up in a new territory, which was they were still in territory, but a new place. Old shopkeeper. They never told you who the shopkeeper was. It was a small hat. Who was selling the horses? A small hat. Who owned the salon? A small hat. They never ever talk about all of that type of stuff.
That he borrowed money and gave it to Bishop Wilmot to buy horses, saddles, firearms, and other necessities for the Ku Klux Klan.
Who owned the gun shop? Small hat.
Skipping ahead, Mr. Benjamin became very wealthy in England, and Mrs. Jefferson Davis told me that he often sent her money to relieve the needy among his friends in the United States, as well as the assistance rendered the Ku Klux Klan, as the South had been plundered, as to render this help necessary. So keep in mind, Judah P. Benjamin wasn't the only Ashkenazi supporting the KKK. Some supported the Ku Klux Klan by providing the long white robes of terror, while others joined the KKK outright. As the following reference reads, and it reads, evidence of their father's convictions was uncovered one day by Baruch and Hardy in the family attic. Rummaging through a horsehair trunk, they turned up a Confederate uniform and beneath it, a white hood and a robe with a crimson cross. The regalia of the Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. And the next reference reads and reads, when the Klan marched in Houston in 1921, they wore robes and hoods bought from a Jewish manufacturer.
That's a fact.
Skipping ahead. And during a Dallas recruitment drive, Klansmen visited Edward Titch, the Jewish head of the Titch Gottner department store, to invite him to join. Titch was obliged to explain why he could not, to which a Klansman replied that it was a shame. Titch would have made a fine recruiter. And the next reference reads and reads, Houstonians thought it was an old Klan comeback and how they cheered. They did not know that William Joseph Simmons and E.Y. Clark, riding on their float ahead, were dreaming dreams of an empire of their own. They did not know that the robes used in the parade, or the Klan parade, were made in a Jewish overall factory of Houston for $1.50 each, whereas they were later made in Atlanta by a subsidized Gentile Protestant firm at $6.50 each.
Same way black people, they pissed off, want to stick it to the man, go march. Let's go get our posters. Oh, we got to buy some markers. Oh, let's get some shirts that say this, that, and the third. Then they got to go to the small hats to buy all their supplies to go protest what the small hats is getting the politicians to do to you. Same thing they done to the dumb hillbilly Ku Klux Klan members. Well, I don't like the niggers and the Jews and all that. But then they go into the Jews to get their robes. What a scam.
Net. As you can see, the Ashkenazi Jews were providing robes and other resources to the Ku Klux Klan during the time of Black Wall Street and the Red Sun.
I guarantee you bring this up, they're going to say this anti-Semitic. That's why, once again, I said Candace Owens, who is talking about a lot of this dark history, she got a strike on her channel, and she shut down right now for 7 days for bringing this type of shit up and for going at the small hats.
Massacres of Negroes and the burning of Negro communities across the country, carried out by the Ku Klux Klan. Waves of hatred against the so-called African American communities washed over the Negro many times over, especially during the early 1900s, when KKK-inspired white mob violence against Negroes in Tulsa, Oklahoma, aka Black Wall Street, or nationwide massacres in 1919, aka Red Summer, caused countless deaths of innocent so-called Negro families. And many of these
Now-
Negro massacres.
Now I played. I ran a live on these massacres that was carried out all over America. Revolution is a way of life. Salute family. And one thing they don't like to talk about. We had a bunch of brothers, even like after Black Wall Street. We had a bunch of brothers came back from the Civil War. A bunch of our elders, they knew how to fight. A lot of our brothers was holding the line. A few cities they wasn't able to do what they wanted to do because brothers was on the rooftop, brothers was in the windows, and they were fighting back. They never liked to talk about that. And then the police or the army, like in Black Wall Street, would tip the scale by bombing them from planes, and the police bringing in Gatling guns and just overwhelming force. You know, they never liked to talk about that.
Massacres were preceded by the establishment
also,
of the Ku
What they
Klux
don't tell you about, this was financial terrorism right here, because they wasn't just, see, they would take any instant. Oh, the nigger, he whistled at a white lady. Or that nigger, he's supposed to broke into this shop over here. Then they go steal everything that the black people in the community got and kill a bunch of people. And then they would tell a bunch, they try to run them off their land. Then they would steal the property. You see what's going on here? And then guess what? A lot of these whites, they were poor. They couldn't buy up the property. Then the small had stepped in, buy up the stolen. Man, people got to look at this stuff. Buy up the stolen property that blacks was ran off of. Throw the poor whites a few crumbs. Here goes some whiskey, Billy Bob. Here goes some fat. Here goes some fat back for the family. Go ahead and take a pig on me, y'all. How you a good roast that they done stole all the black people's stuff? They don't want to talk about this.
Klan,
followed
followed by an accusation of a crime or wrongdoing against the Negro, which served as the excuse for white mobs to commit heinous acts of violence against Negroes, which resulted in the mass Negro
they was
deaths.
Jealous. Black people we was having shit, bro. Because guess what wasn't in our community? That ball to you, throw it all away, spin it all, don't worry about tomorrow. We didn't have that. We were conservatives. I keep telling you, we the real conservatives. We had to. After coming out of slavery, we had to save everything to buy anything. You couldn't buy no land or buy something nice for your family if you spend it all every day. So that shit is from the other people to take it from us. So our people, they had everything they needed amongst their community. The black dollar, we learned, it circulated over and over and over within the community. They hated that. They wasn't living like us. Once again, when people talk about black jobs, they hated when Trump said that. Do you want to know what black jobs was? Carpentry, welding, being a farmer, being a doctor. You couldn't go to another side of town to do anything. That made you have to rely on yourselves. We done everything our goddamn selves. That's why Dr. King knew he made a mistake. When you integrate it, I tell people this. What we said was, we don't want our own burger joints. We don't want our own car dealerships. We don't want our own barbershops. We don't want our own nothing. We want yours. No, we don't want to keep our money. We want to make sure you can get our money. Biggest scam in history that they played on our goddamn people.
Across the country. As the following reference reads, and it reads, NAACP, allegations behind lynching. White mobs often use dubious criminal accusations to justify lynchings. A common claim used to lynch black men was perceived sexual transgressions against white women. Charges of rape were routinely fabricated. These allegations were used to enforce segregation and advance stereotypes of black men as violent, hypersexual aggressors. Hundreds of black men were lynched based on accusations of other crimes, including murder, arson, robbery, and vagrancy. And the next reference reads, and it reads, a lynch mob formed in downtown Tulsa after a 19-year-old black man was accused of assaulting a white woman.
So they had to steal everything, right?
And the next reference reads, and reads, Washington, D.C., 1919. For weeks, police and the press, including the Washington Post, whipped up hysteria over an alleged Negro fiend attacking white women.
Now, let's get into this press thing, because that's a historical fact. The press has been getting us lynched forever. They would see, that was their microphone. The same shit they're doing right now. The same, we watching them use that microphone to get Palestinians goddamn lynched. I said this when this was going on. Oh, the rape, the murder of this. That's they done us. Oh, the rape. Lying. There was no rape going on. Just sat there and told a goddamn lie. Nobody was getting raped over there except the Palestinians. Hold on. Revolutionary salute to our brother for the people. 619 says, he says, March, match my fire. Challenge for the war chest. Revolutionary salute. Revolution is way of life. I absolutely appreciate the donation. Family salute to you. So what we see here is any excuse to pillage and plunder and steal from our people, and they was using the news media to do it, just like they do now, to disparage us, to make it seem like we less than. They've been doing this. I say, whenever they bring up Haiti, I pointed this out. You can't find a respectable picture of a Haitian on the news channel. It's always going to be some red-eyed, twisted hair. They find the craziest people like they used to do this on the news. They try to find the craziest looking black person, the uneducated person, to interview about what just went on. What? It's just disgusting, but you got to understand who's behind it, who was owning these companies. See, we've been fooled. That's why Elon Musk got into it with the small hats when he liked the post. The post on X said, and they was pissed about this. It said, the small hats, y'all know what it is, they have been causing the world to hate whites by masking themselves and their actions in white America. Elon Musk tapped that post. And I say, when you go into historical facts, you say, that was them masking it. Absolutely. Changing their names? Absolutely. And they won't want nobody to talk about it.
Things boiled over on July 19th, 1919, with white posses hunting black men. This is why ADL President Jonathan Greenblatt's repeated false accusations against African Israelite communities are an existential threat to the peace and safety of every single person of color in the U.S. and abroad. Whether you're an Israelite, a Christian, or Muslim of color, historically, these types of false accusations are the prelude to violence against the black community.
So with all that said, there's a range of practice and observance. So there are plenty of black Jews who go to what you might call traditional Jewish synagogue. Then there are other communities like the Black Hebrew Israelites. Now, there's a range of practices.
There's no such thing as a black Jew. No such thing as a black Hebrew Israelite. There is Hebrew Israelites. See, these people are very crafty with what they're doing. And I have mistakenly said that, then some of my brothers remind me, Brother Cole, no, there's no such thing. They keep putting that term on there to make it seem like you other than the real Hebrew. Oh, you're the black Hebrew. Oh, no, Mr. ADL man, if you have it mistaken, you are the false claimer.
Just even among Black Hebrew Israelites. There's a large community of them in Israel who identify as Jewish in a traditional way.
Oh, look, and then you have where is that at? Where are the Black Hebrew Israelites in the good book? You see? They'll write you out of history by trying to write themselves in and then come up with something, and then we pick up that lexicon. No, we taking that out.
The guys in Times Square
no such thing.
Who observe in a way that's not so traditional, I would say.
They would say y'all aren't Jews. It would say that, what they say, white people are not the original Jews, basically.
Correct. Yeah. And look, they're entitled to their beliefs until that justifies shooting Jewish people with pellets.
They're entitled to their beliefs. We're talking about historical facts, brother. You converted, and we know when, and we do know that the Russian Empire forced you to convert when you was in the land now called Ukraine. You see, you were forced to choose between one of the three major religions, and you chose to swaggerjack a culture that you are now perpetrating, and you're claiming to be Israelites. Now, the reason it's so funny, and yet the reason they hate Putin is because once again, Putin released the archives to show the whole world you not who you claim to be, because we're showing the pictures of the closest looking thing to the individuals we're talking about. And these are the melanated saints, you see. He said, oh, they can believe. That's why he know he is a liar and a deceiver. Because it's not what they believe, it's what they know. That's why this thing is called know thyself, know thy enemy. You got to know who you are so you can deal with your enemy.
pellet guns on Staten Island. Or like, this is December. 3 years ago, December 2019, 2 black Hebrew Israelites went into a kosher supermarket in Jersey City and killed 3 people because they said they weren't real Jews. Shot them cold dead in a kosher supermarket.
There has been considerable reporting that these 2 suspects are linked to the Black Hebrew Israelite movement. We have evidence that both suspects expressed interest in this group, but we have not definitively established any formal links to that organization or to any other group. Based on the available evidence, we believe that the 2 shooters were acting on their own.
You should probably have mistaken the black Hebrew Israelite. What the hell are you talking about? This is the Hebrew. That's not Hebrew is not a religion. That's what you being part of the tribe. Then you wouldn't say, oh, the black. You say the Hebrews. Then you would tell us what you are. Oh, I'm the Asian branch. Oh, no, I'm the Latin American branch of the black. See, you got to stop that. It's impossible. Because see, that tags you as the Johnny come lately. No, you can't be the black Hebrew Israelite. You can only be a Hebrew Israelite. That means you the beginning. You try, and then these other Johnny come latelys. What melanin? What hue are they? You can't get lost.
So when we talk about what is anti-Semitism, it's black Hebrew Israelites this weekend. What today's Monday?
They never gonna say the white. See, when they say the white Israelites, they never say the white, because they know goddamn well what they're doing. They say the black because it's to make it seem like other. It's not real. It's fake. This the fraudulent. And like I say, I have made the mistake myself of tagging that until I know the correction, because my brothers have corrected me. So now I'm on the campaign. I'm gonna remind people so they would know that's not a good thing to say, because that's fake. That's fraud. It's not true.
Wednesday.
What's going to air on Wednesday?
Sorry. So it is over this past weekend in Staten Island on Sunday, a Jewish man who he must have been Orthodox because you could identify that he was Jewish, and his son were shot by a young man with a pellet gun as they came out of
guns. I did see that, yeah.
And so when he was asked by the police, they said it was a hate crime. He said, how could it be a hate crime if I'm a Hebrew?
Mm-hmm. And now for the truth. This is the picture of the man arrested and charged for the crime of which Jonathan Greenblatt implies was committed by a black man, a black Hebrew Israelite man. However, the person who committed the crime is called Jason Kish, which is a Jewish name, who is a white Caucasian male. You see, Jonathan Greenblatt's and the ADL's practice of making accusations against so-called Negroes goes back many, many years. In fact, the ADL was founded when the courts failed to convict a black man instead of convicting Ashkenazi Jew Leo Frank. And with that, let's take a closer look. April 26, 1913. It was the day of the Confederate Day celebration on the weathered streets of Atlanta, Georgia. Amid the hustle and bustle of this old city of the South, we find a 14-year-old Caucasian boy boarding a streetcar with his 13-year-old blue-eyed friend, Mary Fagan. The time was approximately 11:50, less than 30 minutes before the brutal murder of Mary Fagan. You see, Mary Fagan was on her way to pick up her paycheck from the National Pencil Company, located at 3741 South Forsyth Street in Atlanta, Georgia. Mary Fagan tells her friend George that she's afraid of her boss, Leo Frank, because he had flirted with her before in the past. And now she had to go and see him to pick up her paycheck. Well, George and Mary both got off the streetcar at approximately 12:07 near the pencil factory. And as they prepared to go their separate ways, Mary would tell George that she would see him later that day at 3 p.m. so that they could watch the Confederate Day Parade together. However, little did they know that that was the last time that 14-year-old George Epps would see his friend Mary Fagan alive. Mary Fagan arrived at the National Pencil Company and walked through the front door on her way to Leo Frank's office on the second floor. Prosecutors traced Mary's steps as she walked up the stairs to the second floor to Leo Frank's office. And Leo Frank confirmed that he met little Mary Fagan during this time. And it's here that prosecutors theorized that Mary Fagan wanted to know if the shipment of sheet metal had come in, which she needed to do her job. So both Leo Frank and Mary Fagan walked to the back of the building where the sheet metal would be located on the second floor. Leo Frank's defense team tried to deny that he had gone to the back of the building at all. He stated that he had remained in his office the entire time. However, another
No lies.
who also arrived shortly after Mary Fagan arrived also came to pick up her paycheck. However, when she arrived at Leo Frank's desk, he wasn't there. And after waiting for a while, she left without her paycheck. Prosecutors theorized that Leo Franks wasn't in his office because he was in the back of the building on the second floor with little Mary Fagan. Where he attempted to rape the little 13-year-old girl. A struggle ensued. Mary would fall back and hit her head on one of the metal machines, knocking her unconscious. Prosecutors say Frank would go on to rape little Mary Fagan, then strangle her using a cord. Frank would then call a black worker who was on the first floor, Jim Conley, to explain what had happened, and to ask Jim to help him move little Mary Fagan's body to the elevator and then on to the basement floor, where Mary Fagan's body would be found later. And then poorly written notes stating that a Negro had killed Mary Fagan were placed near the body, presumably written by Jim Conley at the direction of Leo Frank, to place the blame on a Negro. However, there was one problem. The paper that the note was written on came from the second floor near Leo Frank's office. The defense team would also state that the Niger, Jim Conley, murdered Mary and moved her body to the basement using a chute in the floor. However, the drag marks left by moving Mary Fagan's body didn't lead from the chute to where her body was found. The drag marks of her body led from the elevator to the place where her body rested. of which only Leo Frank had the keys. However, the defense team would try to state that Mary Fagan was murdered on the first floor by a Negro. However, the bloodstains were found on the second floor, the floor of Leo Frank's office. And also the cords used to strangle little Mary Fagan were also located on the second floor, near the bloodstain. Additionally, prosecutors brought forth 20 women, co-workers of Mary Fagan, who also testified of Leo Frank's advances towards them as well. Along with testimony of Mary Fagan's 14-year-old friend, George Epps, who testified that Mary Fagan told him that morning that she was afraid of Leo Frank. So prosecutors also brought testimony from Leo Frank's house cook, who testified to overhearing Leo Frank's wife and mother stating that Leo Frank had confessed committing the crime to them as well. This, along with many other pieces of evidence, made Leo Frank's conviction all but assured. And so Leo Frank, president of B'nai B'rith, and his defense team exhibited some of the most racist, offensive remarks about blacks and Jim Conley during the trial. You see, to the defense team, this was simply a trial between two people, Leo Frank and, in their words, the dirty Niger. In fact, Leo Frank's team couldn't fathom how the word of a Niger.
How y'all gonna believe this nigga over me? A dirty nigga. This is sick, but this is history here. This birthed the ADL, trying to set a black man up. And now let's fast forward to, I told y'all, 2024, they still saying the black American is the biggest problem facing the Jewish community. They said that.
Could be taken.
Disgusting, because we know white Leo Frank. They're not.
As the following reference reads, it reads,
the thing that arises in this case to fatigue my indignation is that men born of such parents should believe the statement of Connie against the statement of Frank. Who is Connie? Who was Connie as he used to be? And as you have seen, he was a dirty, filthy, black, drunken, lying Niger. Black knows it. Starnes knows that. Chief Beavers knows it. Who was it that made this dirty Niger come up here looking so slick? Why didn't they let you see him as he was? They shaved him, washed him, and dressed him up. I was raised with Nigers and know something about them. I don't know them as well as the police, perhaps, for they know them like no one else. But I know something about them. There must have been a Niger in the crime who knew about it before Newt or anyone else. I'm afraid Newt knew. Yet, if he did, he was one of the most remarkable Nigers I ever saw. And I wish I had his nerve. There were things you detectives did to him for which you will never be forgiven. You persecuted the old Niger, and all you got was, for God, I don't know. I don't believe he killed him, but I believe he knows more than he told.
You see, this marked the birth of the ADL. Shortly after Leo Frank was convicted by unanimous decision, August 25th, 1913, the ADL was formed.
This is the Congressional Black Caucus. This in the Urban League, in the whole Civil Rights Division. This they good buddies right here. This disgusting because they the boule. That's disgusting. Hold on. Revolutionary salute to our revolutionary brother, the sure brewer, for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. I absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute. The shoe shiners, they good buddies with the ADL, which the ADL, the birth of the ADL, started off trying to get a black brother lynched, then degrading black people, saying we nothing but filthy, lying, dirty niggas, and never take our word over a good, clean-cut white man. That was their defense. That's why it's court record, and you can read it, because they said it in court. That's disgusting.
By Leo Frank's Benai Birth organization.
You didn't have to.
The following
You didn't have to get this eavesdropping or somebody overheard. No, they said it in open court. You can't trust a lying dirty nigga.
In September. Benai Birth President Leo Frank and his racist defense team would go on to appeal the court decision to the Georgia Supreme Court, then on to the U.S. Supreme Court. With both institutions upholding the lower court's decisions, seemingly based on the words of a lowly black man. And the question is, what did the ADL do about it?
Target us, raise hell. They said never again in America will the black people be seen as above us. Never in America will a white man choose the word over a black person, over us. We have to be seen as superior and over them, at least.
And with that, the fuse was lit. It was only a matter of time before the ordinances of hate were set off against the black community.
Imagine that. Imagine raping, killing, strangling, sexually assault a young lady. They're mad because you can't blame a black person, and a black person word was better than yours. And then you want to start a whole organization. And now they see this. They always talking about the ADL, but never talk about the birth and why was it started. They never go into the history of this because it's disgusting, but they care. But they don't care. And they know, but they don't care. They hate you. How could the world, whites have seen a black as over us? We got to fix that. And they've been trying to fix that shit ever since.
See, one of the first things the ADL did was get
control. He probably not gonna say this. Get control of Hollywood and making sure you keep the blackface, Sambo, gangster, black buffoon, black mammy, and black lady of the night, and black pimp. Put that into the view of the world. They made sure the whole world. See, that's what Elon Musk. We talk about Hollywood portraying us as something. It's not just any old Hollywood. Because they don't even see each other as the same. No, it was a particular people who control Hollywood that said, you know what, niggas? We're going to make sure the world see y'all as disgusting punks and call girls.
Into the motion picture industry. They set themselves up as gatekeepers of what was and what wasn't allowed in motion picture films and plays. As the following reference reads, Anti-Defamation League. The league has been active principally in the motion picture field.
We should be suing them class action lawsuit.
And the next reference reads, Anti-Defamation League is drafting a bill.
Yeah, bro. You want to know why half of the world come to America? Then they right on time. They racist. They bigots. They think you a basketball player or a rapper, or if not, you a drug dealer, or if not, you know. And they think all our females Megan Thee Stallion, so they think they can pat them on the ass. They think all the black women gonna twerk for them. This is true. They think of Beyonce. They think of black women is twerkers. But you wonder where did they get this from? Different ADL and the small hats blasted that picture of us all over the fucking world. You wonder why people come in and look at us like that? They made sure the world would see us as nothing other than that.
To establish a board of censors to pass upon.
Yeah, see, we got a class action lawsuit against these people for what they did. So that's their business. We talk reparations. We talk reparations. They don't want to press for what happened in the past. Well, okay, that's right. You did it to our ancestors. We'll sue your ass for what you done to us. We'll collect that bill, you our ancestors. But for what the ADL done to us, defamed us, we can prove it. Slandered us as a people and still doing it. Shaming us purposely. And you know what? What they doing, keep us from being able to get the right jobs, keeping us from being able to move into certain locations. They doing it, systematically doing it. Keeping people where, some of our people get home. You wonder why some of these cops, they trigger happy. Somebody like, oh, they're just racist. Now they bitches think all of us is finna carjack them. And you sit and wonder why some of these white dudes, they see a black woman at a bar, if she have a drink with her, she won't give him no cat. He beat her, date rape her, because they thought that she was going to give it up. That's what the movie said. Because the ADL.
And the next reference.
They think every last one of y'all, you mean the white guy, they think every last one of y'all is the plug or know the plug. You ain't never sold drugs. Hey, buddy, I can get some. Hey, man, what the hell wrong with you? Man, I don't know what no hell wrong with that. The ADL.
Theaters and moving pictures. Investigation will be made of all plays which deal with the Jew. If after careful study it is apparent that a play gives an untrue or unfair portrayal, the League will endeavor to prevent its production in its offensive form, or if already staged, to secure the elimination of objectionable matter. Under the Department of Legislation, the League will endeavor to secure in the various states the enactment of statutes similar to the one recently passed in Ohio, providing for the appointment of a board of state censors. As you can see, one of the first objectives implemented by the ADL was to create a board of state censors to control the content of motion pictures and plays. And some of these boards actually made it into state law. And yes, this legal control of Hollywood is something that ADL denies to this very day.
So flash forward to today, anti-Semitism shows up in different ways, often like characterized by a series of myths or tropes. So for example, the Jews run Hollywood. Look, it is certainly true that there are a number of prominent Jewish people in Hollywood, in the entertainment industry. But the idea that the Jews run Hollywood is nuts. There's no cabal of Jews who are manipulating things, but the idea that Jews in power shows up over history.
Not in your face. I'm gonna
The
tell you
ADL
this.
successfully.
Kanye ran into it. See, when you get super rich as a black person, you run into it. Kanye ran right up into it, and he went crazy dealing with it. He called it out, and he warned you. They never want to work for us, but they want us to work for them. Kanye got so powerful, he seen them the powerful like this. No Jewish people, everybody in the world work. No Jewish people want to work for me. They want to. He said he went to a meeting about his company that he was owning, but he had a board or something. And he said Jared Kushner, brother, had more power there than he did. And he said, hey, how the hell is this going on? Hey, you ain't nobody but Jared Kushner, brother. I'm Kanye West. How the hell you got more power than me? I'm the owner of this. Shit. Kanye ran into that problem. Oh, that is a myth. He's anti-Semitic because he told the damn truth. Well, what the hell y'all been doing? And what y'all been doing, them rich black men, they find out that it ain't no game when you get to the top. You just a rich nigga.
Exercise its control over films just 1 year after it was formed. In 1914, it successfully suppressed a Mutual Film Corporation movie called Rebecca's Wedding. As the following reference reads, the League has been active principally in the motion picture field. Through its efforts, a keystone film entitled Rebecca's Wedding, distributed by the Mutual Film Corporation, was completely suppressed in practically every part of the country. In every state of the Union, some action was taken with relation to this film. This was written in April 3rd, 1914, just 1 year after the formation of the Anti-Defamation League. You see, the ADL successfully suppressed films by working directly with film producers and people running and managing theaters. As the following reference reads, stage defamation will be dealt with by enlisting the assistance and cooperation of producers and managers of theaters so that investigation of proposed performances may be made before the staging of the same, thus correcting evils before harm is done. And so in 1914, the ADL worked with film producers and managers of theaters. One of which was a company by the name of Mutual Film Corporation, which owned a subsidiary called Reliance and Majestic Studios, whose owners worked with D.W. Griffith to produce arguably the most overtly racist film of all times. And ironically, this film portrays so-called Negroes as a bunch of dirty, filthy, lying ninjas, as described by the ADL's benign breath president, Leo Frank defense team.
Filthy, black, drunken, lying ninja.
And the name of this racist movie was called Birth of a Nation.
Right. So nobody talk about this, man. Ku Klux Klan wasn't nothing but foot soldiers of the small hats. That's the fact. Look, they made him a movie using the Klan, but this was to target us. And never forget, they was trying to, this was to scare us politically, which way to vote, not to say stuff about certain shit, run us off land, seize our shit. And remember, after we ran off land, after stuff is stolen, these poor whites, they go sell the stuff to the small hats. The land gets seized and bought up pennies on the dollar by the small hats. Poor whites, they didn't have shit. They couldn't buy nothing. So it was easy for them to get riled up for blacks and having things. That shit straight disgusting. You gotta sue these people for defamation of our country.
Okay, let's review what we've learned so far. We learned that the Ashkenazi in the Confederate South joined the Confederate Army and fought to keep slavery alive. And none more important than Ashkenazi Judah P. Benjamin, referred to as the brains of the Confederate Army, and later named the Confederate Secretary of State. We then learned that after the fall of the Confederate South, many Confederate veterans then formed the Ku Klux Klan. We learned that Judah P. Benjamin became a key supporter and financer of the KKK by providing money, horses, guns, robes, and other needed supplies for the Klan. We also learned that Judah P. Benjamin wasn't the only supporter of the KKK. We also find Ashkenazi merchants providing many of the robes of the Klan across the South. We then learned that the ADL was birthed when Leo Frank, the president of B'nai B'rith, failed to convict a Negro for the crime of Leo Frank. We then learned that roughly a month after Leo Frank was convicted, the ADL was formed by Leo Frank's B'nai B'rith organization. Upon the founding of the ADL, it was set up as a censor for the motion picture industry through state censorship boards and other means. And once in place, the racist movie Birth of a Nation was created by the son of a Confederate colonel, D.W. Griffith. And it's here that many historians credit the blockbuster movie Birth of a Nation with the rebirth of the Ku Klux Klan, which led to Negro massacres across the country. The year 1914, 1 year after the founding of the ADL. The filming of Birth of a Nation begins in secrecy in July, with directors taking 1,544 shots to create their masterpiece of darkness. The movie was later completed and premiered the following year in February of 1915 in Los Angeles. And despite the best attempts by the NAACP to ban the racist movie, the racist propaganda premiered amid protests and demonstrations. You see, the message of hatred was coming whether blacks liked it or not. And during the 1900s, we find that the message of hatred had many, many followers. Not only were white supremacists willing to support the movie, but if needed, help spread its infection around the world. Movie director D.W. Griffith, the son of a Confederate colonel, worked closely with white supremacist pastor Thomas Dixon Jr., who wrote the book The Klansman, which Birth of a Nation was based off of. The movie's glorification of the Klan portrayed hundreds of Klansmen wearing hooded robes, persecuting Negroes. Well, that's Negro characters played by mostly white actors painted in racist blackface. The Ku Klux Klan, who were hunting and murdering these Negro characters on the big screen, were wearing white hooded robes supplied by Ashkenazi Robert Goldstein, who also invested $3,000 of his own personal money to help bring the epic film of hate to a theater near you. Additional assistance was rendered by German cameraman Gottfried Wilhelm Bitzer, better known as Billy Bitzer, who filmed the entire movie using one camera. And not only did Billy film the entire movie, he too helped fund it by investing $7,000 of his own personal money to cover production costs. And once the movie was complete, Various movie distributors helped disseminate the film to various theater syndicates, such as those owned by Ashkenazis, Erlanger and Klaw, or Schubert. One such distributor of this racist Birth of a Nation virus was none other than the Jewish founder of MGM Studios himself, Louis B. Mayer, which used this harbinger of black racism to jumpstart his filming enterprise and cash in. As the following reference reads, Juniverse, from the Jewish Telegraphic Agency. This 1915 KKK-loving film built a Jewish movie empire. You might not think you've heard of the Russian-born Jewish motion picture magnate Louis B. Mayer, but if you've heard of MGM Studios, you have. Mayer, the second M in MGM, made his first fortune in an unsavory place from the Birth of a Nation, the controversial 1915 silent film that glorified the early history of the Ku Klux Klan. DFW's movie featured heroic portrayals of Klansmen and sexually aggressive, not very intelligent black men. It was based on The Klansman, a best-selling novel by a Southern Baptist minister who preached racial purity and championed Confederate rights. Hearing about the film's early buzz, Mayer telephoned Griffith from Boston and offered $50,000 for a 50-50 split, after covering his costs, for exclusive screening rights in New England. To twist the screws even further, Mayer raised the funds from mercantile Jewish investors. Birth of a Nation became the first $1 million blockbuster, and Mayer's gamble netted him a small fortune. He went on to produce Gone with the Wind and The Wizard of Oz, and established the Academy Awards, and became the highest paid man in America for 9 years straight. They called him the Lion of Hollywood. And this Lion of Hollywood can be seen on the MGM Studios logo, baring his sharp teeth just before the opening of an MGM Studios film. However, if you take a closer look at the Lion of Hollywood, you'll notice that it rests upon what appears to be a racist character in blackface, identical to the blackface characters found in the KKK-loving film Birth of a Nation, which made MGM Studios its first financial fortune. As the following reference reads, Encyclopedia Britannica. The Birth of a Nation landmark silent film released in 1915 that was the first blockbuster Hollywood hit. It was the longest and most profitable film then produced and the most artistically advanced film of its day. And the next reference reads, Smithsonian Magazine. D.W. Griffith's 1915 Birth of a Nation screened at the White House and enthusiastically received by President Wilson, glorified the Ku Klux Klan's white hooded terrorists as heroes, portraying the organization as saviors of the Southern white women during Reconstruction. The movie was a blockbuster and helped bring about a rebirth of the Klan, which grew from a few thousand members pre-release to an estimate 4 to 8 million by the mid-1920s. And the next reference reads, The History Channel, How the Birth of a Nation Revived the Ku Klux Klan. D.W. Griffith's controversial epic 1915 film about the Civil War and Reconstruction depicted the Ku Klux Klan as valiant saviors of a post-war South ravaged by Northern carpetbaggers and freed Black people. Shortly after the Los Angeles launch, Thomas Dixon Jr. convinced President Wilson to screen the movie inside the White House, arguably the first time that was ever done. President Wilson reportedly said of the film, "It is like riding history in lightning, and my only regret is that it is all so terribly true." Although the quote's authenticity has been disputed, there is no debate where Wilson stood on the issue of race. He resegregated the civil service, says McWan. It's not unreasonable to conclude that he thought the film was amazing. And of course, a movie screened at the White House was going to be perceived as an endorsement of the film. One white supremacist in Georgia understood this implicitly. William Joseph Simmons is considered to be the founder of the 1915 modern Ku Klux Klan. While recovering from a car accident, the local preacher in Georgia followed the birth of a nation's nationwide success. There were KKK-inspired aprons, costumes, and regalia that glorified the defunct organization. Simmons seized on the film's popularity to bolster the Klan's appeal again. And so, on the day before Thanksgiving, on top of a granite mountain in Georgia, a deal was made with the devil. And the next reference reads, on Thanksgiving Eve, Simmons herded 15 fellow fraternalists onto a hired bus and drove them from Atlanta to nearby Stone Mountain. There, before a cross of pine boards, Simmons lit a match. And the Ku Klux Klan of the 20th century was reborn. Once resurrected, the Ku Klux Klan set its gaze upon the Negroes. And like the pale horse rider of the apocalypse, they were bringing hell with them. You see, it wasn't long after the Klan's return that nationwide massacres against the Negro began. As the following reference reads, on July 6, 1919, local newspapers reported the Klan rolled into Montgomery County, just outside Washington, D.C., for the first time in 50 years. And only 12 days later, an incident provided the excuse for white mobs to kill Negroes in the streets in the Washington, D.C. massacre. As the following reference reads, in the July 18th incident that put the match to the tinder, 19-year-old Elise Stepnick was walking to her home on 9th Street Southwest from a job at the Bureau of Engraving, just a few blocks away, when two African-American men allegedly collided with her and tried to steal her umbrella. The Evening Star reported her description of the colored assailants as a dark, short man and a taller man with a bumpy face. Stepnick claimed she staved them off until a carload of white men came to her aid. Other than her word, no evidence or report suggests anything more than an attempted pilfering, if it even occurred in the first place. More than 100 servicemen, after hours of heavy drinking, gathered outside the illicit taverns, brothels, and pool halls of the seedy neighborhood known as Murder Bay, today home to the federal buildings hugging Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest. Though not instituted nationwide yet, the district had already fallen under the lightly enforced spell of prohibition. Brandishing pipes, clubs, sticks, and pistols, the mob of veterans marched south across the mall to a poor Black neighborhood, then known as Bloodfield. George Montgomery, a 55-year-old man, out buying produce, was the first to take a beating. The men soon spotted Rawls and his wife and began assaulting them until they broke free and ran home. For 4 days, Washington, D.C. became a battlefield with no real defense against the rampaging around the White House, the War Department, and the Capitol, and in predominantly Black neighborhoods like Detroit Park and Howard University, the U Street District, and the 7th Street Commercial Corridor, and even on random streets where unfortunate souls found themselves. That night, a Black man named Lawrence Johnson was thrashed about the head by Marines wielding handkerchiefs filled with rocks, until that got tiring and a pipe was used to bash him bloody on the sidewalk just outside the White House. The The Washington, D.C. massacre was just one of many massacres across the country. As membership of the KKK surged, so did the violence against the Negro. As the following reference reads, by 1920, some Black Ocoee residents were driving nice cars and planning to send their kids to college. One of them, July Perry, had become a prominent businessman who would help broker land deals and arrange work for people. He also began registering Black residents to vote. Skipping ahead, the test of acceptance came with the 1920 presidential election. Republican Warren Harding versus Democrat James Cox. The NAACP actively registered Black voters throughout Florida. John Chaney, a white attorney and former judge running for U.S. Senate, strongly encouraged Black residents in Orange County to exercise their right. I'm sure they were excited to vote, says Robert Hickey, whose grandfather John Hickey had grand plans for the 120 acres he owned in Ocoee. But an opposing force loomed. Chaney received a letter saying if any Black residents attempted to vote, there will be serious trouble. The daughter of a prominent white Ocoee official would tell a researcher nearly 50 years later that 90% of all law enforcement officers, judges, public servants, and lawyers in Winter Garden and Ocoee were Klan members. A prominent Ocoee resident, July Perry, was beaten, shot, and lynched as a warning to other Black citizens who dared to vote. He was one of 30 to 80 residents killed and whose homes were burned down during the Ocoee massacre in 1920. One of the prominent or well-known massacres involves Black Wall Street. The scale, depth, and destruction in Tulsa, Oklahoma, against a thriving, wealthy Negro community was shocking. And yet, just like the other massacres, we see the establishment of the Ku Klux Klan preceded the burning, pillaging, raping, stealing, murdering, and torturing of Tulsa, Oklahoma Negroes. As the following reference reads, Encyclopedia of Oklahoma History and Culture, Ku Klux Klan. Although the Ku Klux Klan did not officially invade Oklahoma until 1920, the organization's reputation preceded it by 50 years. Initially, the Klan had emerged from the confusion of Reconstruction in the Deep South. In the 1915 movie, Birth of a Nation, D.W. Griffith characterized the KKK as the savior of the Reconstruction South from evil carpetbaggers and the stereotypical African American. So therefore, in the year 1920, the Ku Klux Klan was established in Oklahoma. And then less than 1 year later, in 1921, the Tulsa Massacre would begin. As you can see, the persecution of the Negro is directly tied to the rebirth and resurgence of the Ku Klux Klan. And the rebirth and rise of the Ku Klux Klan occurred in large part to the release of the blockbuster film Birth of a Nation, which was created through the efforts of multiple Ashkenazi contributors. Filmed and partially financed by Billy Bitzer, wardrobe and finance provided by Robert Goldstein, partially distributed by MGM's Louis B. Mayer, shown in theaters managed by Erlanger, Claw, and Sherbert, and apparently approved by B'nai B'rith's ADL, which established itself as the motion picture censor and gatekeeper. All occurring shortly after the racist B'nai B'rith defense team believed B'nai B'rith President Leo Frank was wrongly convicted by the words of a lowly Negro.
Yeah, I mean, so we've been using the pyramid of hate now for decades. It's a sociological model that looks at how hate can evolve and grow into something far worse if you don't interrupt it. I mean, this is basically our theory of change since the beginning. You literally have to interrupt intolerance before it mutates into something far worse. So basically the way that the model works, and we teach it, ADL is one of the largest providers of anti-hate content in the country. We reach kids in classrooms all over America, and we use the pyramid of hate. So at the bottom of the pyramid are biased attitudes, right? This is having bad feelings about someone, stereotyping, fear of differences, that type of thing. A level above that are acts of bias, right? So this could be non-inclusive language that alienates someone, microaggressions, maybe biased or belittling jokes that demean someone based on their race or religion, excluding someone because of their difference. So you have kind of biased attitudes that can then morph into acts that can then morph into systemic discrimination. And this is sort of like disparities in the criminal justice system or inequitable employment opportunities, where the bias becomes systematized across a framework. And then the level up from that is bias-motivated violence, threats, desecration, arson, assault. And then above that is actual genocide. Actually, the act or the deliberate attempt to extinguish a people based on their difference. The deliberate attempt to extinguish a people based on their difference.
He just named everything that they was doing to us. But he's saying that it's needed because that's what's happening to them. And sometimes it happened to blacks.
The deliberate attempt to extinguish a people based on their difference.
The bloody assault of the Ku Klux Klan against the black community continued to rage through the 1920s like a wildfire through a paper mill. The Klan would stoke the flames and the Negro towns would burn. And while these fires of hate would rage, Ashkenazi founded film studios would further denigrate the Negro through blackface. Webster Dictionary, the definition of blackface. Dark makeup worn to mimic the appearance of a black person, and especially to mock or ridicule black people. Note, the wearing of blackface by white performers was from the early 19th through the mid 20th centuries, a prominent feature of minstrel shows, see minstrel, and similar forms of entertainment featuring exaggerated and inaccurate caricatures of black people. The use of blackface is considered deeply offensive.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will conclude this part of the entertainment with a brand new song sung here in Chicago for the first time on any stage by myself and company. You can't pound ladies sing this song. Do-da, do-da. You can't pound racetrack 5 miles long. Oh, do-da, hey.
They had to make the world feel a certain type of way about it, so they would act like some fucking buffoons and mimic us like that. Until they put the blacks on camera to start doing it themselves. They didn't need to put blackface no more. We had the blackface too late. 24.
Webster Dictionary definition, minstrel. Definition 3A. A member of a type of performance trope caricaturing black performers that originated in the U.S. in the early 19th century. Note, the acts of minstrels who typically perform in blackface featured exaggerated and inaccurate representations of black people in songs, dances, and comic relief. The popularity of minstrel shows in their heyday played a significant role in promoting negative racial stereotypes. Professional minstrel shows had fallen out of favor and effectively disappeared by the mid-20th century.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the American Mammoth Minstrels, directed by Professor Cully. Tonight, it is our extreme pleasure to present many of your favorite minstrel performers.
Mr. Interlocutor!
Yes, Mr. Bones.
I crave conversation with Mr. Pambo over there.
With Mr. Tambo, proceed, Mr. Bones.
Mr. Pambo, why pose you all scratching yourself?
Why, that's because I's the only one who knows where I itch.
Tell me, Mr. Tambo.
Yeah.
What is your first name?
Sufficient.
So who?
Sufficient.
Why, fool, how come you all put that as first name, Tambo?
Well, sir, I was the 17th child in my family, and when I was born, my ma, she says, that's sufficient.
The Hollywood Reporter. For Jewish entertainers like Joseph, blackface was a way of becoming white, says Nick Salmon, author of Birth of an Industry, Blackface, Minstrelsy, and the Rise of an American Animation. It forced an alliance with the white Protestant majority. Joseph, known as the king of blackface, justified the practice by positioning himself as an ally of the black community. Note Salmon, he understood blackness and minstrelsy as interchangeable. For example, Joseph campaigned to have Warner Brothers produce an all blackface version of The Green Pastures, a 1936 movie depicting Bible stories told through the eyes of African-American characters. The studio shot that idea down, and The Pick remains only one of 6 feature films from Hollywood's Golden Studio era to feature an all African-American cast. Animation, too, provided a fertile Hollywood breeding ground for blackface and racist stereotyping. Even a character as universally adored and seemingly innocuous as Mickey Mouse can trace his DNA back to the racist practice, argues Salmon. If you look at the way his face is made up, large painted mouth, painted eyes, white gloves, doing song and dance numbers, the plasticity of his body, that's all straight out of minstrelsy.
Ladies and gentlemen, you will now have distinct honor of hearing the greatest voice in the world, singing Come Where My Love Lies Dreaming. I now give you that golden-throated meadowlark, Mr. Tambo, Rex Allen. Rex Allen. That's me. May I have a keynote, please? Thank you. Come where my love lies dreaming, dreaming.
You know, it was pretend like it just was a different time and era. Like they didn't know what they were doing. Bullshit. Because a lot of this shit is irreversible. That's why we need to sue them. All of us need to sue them. This is the previous reparations, the present reparations package. We're not talking about slavery. We're talking about what they done to us. We're not talking about what they did to our ancestors. That's why Asians, Arabs, people from the Middle East, people from Europe, anybody come over here, they didn't see all this shit, and they already come over here and they stereotype us because of what the small hats did in Hollywood.
Whether it be from the Jewish king of blackface,
because
Al
of
Joseph,
what they did,
considered one of the greatest entertainers of his time, to the Jewish-founded MGM Studios, who helped distribute the KKK-loving film, Birth of a Nation, Hollywood would continue to exploit the overt racism against Negroes using blackface films, such as the MGM Studios movie, Babes in Arms, featuring Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland.
Like the honey from a bee, oh, I'm just wild about Harry, and he's just wild about me. Cannot do without me, he's just wild about me. I'm just wild about Mandy, and Mandy's wild about me.
The origin of blackface minstrel shows date back to the transatlantic slave trade in the 1800s. As the following reference reads, Etymology of Minstrelsy, highlighted text. By 1843 in American English, in reference to a class of singers of Negro melodies and delineators of plantation life. Usually white men in blackface, burnt cork, the act itself dates back to 1830. And ironically, the backdrop of one of Al Jolson's blackface performances can be seen taking place in front of a cotton field in an old slave shack.
I heard a robin this morning. I'm feeling happy today. I'm gonna put my cares in a whistle, blow them all away.
Icons of the transatlantic slave trade, which represent the greatest slavery, mass murder, persecution, and atrocity of any ethnic group on planet Earth. Keep in mind, these types of performances were occurring in parallel.
Freedom of speech always meant the freedom to disrespect us. Now they shutting it down. The small hats are pissed. They shut it down. No more freedom of speech. The hell no. No more of that. Because they say they being targeted. You can't even say people are Zionists, or they say that's anti-Semitic. They don't want no freedom of speech. But I always tell you, even going back to this, I told you, you got to think about this. Why would they let you be free to say whatever you want? We never could. No, the freedom to disrespect us. They just say, oh, it's not hate. It's just the freedom of speech. That's my First Amendment right. Yeah, the disrespect us was always what that First Amendment was built on. Always remember that, bro. But never for you to say what you need to say. You always got beat. Dr. King got shot just for pushing speaking, murdered. Our leaders like Fred Hampton was killed. Malcolm shot down. These people wasn't gangsters. They just going trying to do their First Amendment right, gun down. Come on, man.
During a time of great massacres by the Ku Klux Klan against the Negro communities across the country. And unfortunately, this was a money-making opportunity.
Ku Klux Klan marching all around. KKK still can march, but they just was marching in Tennessee under the freedom of speech. But these kids protest on a college campus against the war in Gaza. Oh, hell no. No protesting, no speeching. They shutting it down everywhere. Oh, we pulling the funding away. But you can march and disrespect black people. And we warned them, why the Anti-Defamation League never upset when the Ku Klux Klan is marching shit? Because they the ones funding them. To scare the hell out of black people. Oh, they know they going to be fine. Every once in a while, they say the crazy white to throw something at a synagogue just to act like, oh, we getting something too. No, you're not. No, you not. No, you not. You disrespect us. That's what the freedom of speech is all about. Walking down the road, disrespect the goddamn black people. That's what the freedom of speech is all about. Scare black people half to death in these costumes under the First Amendment. And then, if you really want to live wild, then you get your weapon. In some of these states, they're doing it. March, First Amendment, Second Amendment. Whoa, that's very dangerous when we get to talking about this type of shit, the lynching, the killing of blacks. Oh, we're not going for it. But that's very dangerous.
For some in the Jewish community, aka the MGM Studios distribution of the KKK-loving film Birth of a Nation, credited with revitalizing the Ku Klux Klan, and Al Jolson's many blackface performances, to name a few. And with that, family, this concludes the first episode of Hidden.
Body nearly full of cold, Booker T, look at me, trying to find unity. The only way to grow is if we combine. State after state, that's a crazy line. Build our own schools, self-govern, make rules for the future. We move without discipline, we lose singing like a fat Luther. We let the feds use us, the pinpoint shooters of police that abuse us. Beat my man Lou up, came within an inch of his life. So when I hear the bagpipes, I laugh like a group of high hitters fiending for a last
war front. Brothers and sisters, let's give yourselves a round of applause for coming out today. You're going to enjoy yourself today. We got some fantastic energy in the house. We can't start without thanking our brother Corey Dunstan, and we can't start a Warner Horizon program without hearing some African insurrection music. This is the brother that you want to hear, and this brother's been coming out supporting our program, starting off with his own song. Not a copy of somebody else's song, even though he can do some covers too. But he made his own song dedicated to Black people called Africans, and it has become a staple here when we do our lectures here at Secrets of Nature. Every single time he comes and does it live. So without any further ado, can we show some love for our brother Kaba?
Early in the morning, I think about all of those who came before, who sacrificed so that I could be who I wanted to be, who I needed to be. An African, they were African, yeah. Born of the continent where life began. They were Africans, they were African, yeah. Born of the continent where civilization began. Yeah. Talking about Africans, they were African, yeah. They were dignified. They did what was right. They fought for their lives so that we could survive. To be African, shown up African, yeah. Despite all the pain, the blood, the sweat, and the tears, they decided to persevere year after year, so we could be here to say that I, that you, that they were Africans. Yeah. They were African. They were African, yeah. No matter if the Greeks and then the Romans came and tried to steal our legacy and change the name, with knowledge of self we know and proclaim that was Africa for the African, yeah. No matter the distance or the time that's passed, our blood, our hair, our style, our lair, they're all reflections of our past. See, we got to know and love ourselves. We're the first fruit of the first seed that was planted in that truth. And when we dig them roots, we won't have to go too deep to find an African. Yeah. We are Africans. We are African, yeah. Born of the continent where life began. They were African. They were African, yeah. Born of the continent where life began. They were African, so I'm African, yeah.
That's his brother solid, right? Give him another round of applause. That's real right there. You feel good to be African? We're about to start a magnificent presentation. I want to say to you, brothers and sisters, because I want you to see, even though D and L is for devil, we're going to do the D right now for dedication. Tell you a quick story about this brother, and it's a true story. And it's relevant and it's real time. Brother only came into the real knowledge of who he is and what's happening to our people. He's been an avid reader for years, but you know, he did not have the consciousness to put the pieces together and was not aware of what was going on. Only been a little over a year now. And since that time, he's been studying and doing everything he's doing. And now on his job, because, you know, he's working with D for the devils, they starting to notice he carries himself differently. He's not having the same Negro conversations. He's at work on time, does everything he's supposed to do, but they can't tell him N-word jokes no more. He says, don't use that word around me, you know. He's now a different type of black man. And he's been telling me this for months. Months he's been telling me these crackers are losing their cracker devil minds. And so they finally decided, for no reason related to his job performance, we just going to get rid of him. Not because he done nothing, but they just going to fire him. He goes into work on Thursday, and they tell him, well, we let you go. And so he says, why am I being let go? And they go down on the list of things that they can get rid of you for at his job. And because they didn't have anything, they wrote something on there and clicked the box that they wrote on there and said, we're getting rid of you because. Oh, because. And then the cracker told him, but now if you beg for your job, if you really beg for your job, you can have it. But you got to really beg for the job for you to keep the job. So, of course, the brother said, thank you for the job. I'll talk to you later, and walked out. Now, here's what's so interesting. It's not that the brother doesn't want a job, not that he doesn't have a family that he has to take care of, not that this brother, with his brilliance, you know he's doing well, making substantial money. It's not that he doesn't care about that. It's only that he cares more about his race. The brother calls me up on the phone, and we talking, and I just happen to say something about it. You working tomorrow? I say, oh, no, they let me go today. I said, they let you go today? Yeah, he starts talking about the lecture that he's going to do on Saturday. Now, me being the irritated genie, I'm thinking in my mind, shouldn't you be like freaking out right now, telling me how bad things went? Shouldn't we be talking about, can you do the lecture right now and concentrating on this? And so I said, brother, you mean like they let you go for the day? He said, no, they fired me. I said, man. I said, well, aren't you concerned? He said, no, I got bigger and more important things to do. Our race is suffering. I got to go ahead and do this. And so the brother you about to see, he not ain't going to mention this to you. This kind of brother he is. If I didn't ask, I wouldn't have known. He doesn't care about the fact that all of the things that the society puts in our way that makes it difficult for us to help one another and do right by each other, all of them are collapsing down on him, around him. Everything in his life just collapsing around him all at once.
Gotta stay strong.
And guess what he's doing? Like a real soldier. He walking right through it. Bricks falling off the building here, he just knock his head like this. All kind of things that I couldn't even mention happening. And you know what he's doing? Like a black African warrior would do, he's keeping his eyes on the prize. Our people need this information I got. Our people need our movement. Our people need everything that we have for them. And I'm not going to let anybody or anything take me off the road to doing what the ancestors had for me to do. Maybe they didn't want me working for those crackers. Maybe they wanted me to do this full time. Maybe that's why I have it. He doesn't really care. He's going to fight, but he's going to be here for our people. So that's the brother I'm about to bring up to you. Ain't even been long. Most people, something like this would have happened and they got scared and cowered out. I've seen people run when the heat start coming. Some of us like heat. And the brother you about to see now like heat. And so he going to bring the heat because he going to talk about something we need to talk about. These small hats are destroying planet Earth. And before we can do anything about our condition, we got to know who the small hats are, why they are, and how they manipulate our leadership to lead us in the wrong direction. So without any further ado, I'm going to bring on a soldier, a young man that's an example for all of us, all of our children and us, of what a black person who comes into the knowledge and consciousness of self is supposed to do, the kind of character they're supposed to have, the kind of walk they're supposed to walk, the kind of discipline and courage they're supposed to exemplify. And man, just to put a cherry on top, this has got to be one of the most intelligent people I have ever run into. I try to pretend like I'm at the intellectual peak, but man, sometimes this brother start talking, I can't even, how did you come up with that? Then I have to remember I'm supposed to be the irritated genie. Hey, game, recognize game, and you're about to run into one of the most brilliant black men I have ever had the privilege to stand next to. So without any further ado, I'm gonna bring on a brother that hits hard and hits strong and hits long, known as Body Shots. Would you show me some love and bring them up onto the stage?
That's a soldier right there. That's my general, the irritated genie, as they said in the Haitian Revolution. Looming in the bosom of the sea is the face of the irritated genie. His spirit rouses the waves and stirs up the storms on our enemies. And he's real humble and modest. He won't tell you that when he met me, I was a straight Negro. Oh yeah, I love them crackers. I never been with a cracker female. I never been with a cracker female. Oh, give me a round of applause. I never got it mixed up. I love that black sister. I love that black goddess. Cowboy got a song said them hips flooded me like the Nile. Oh yeah, y'all gotta get that brother CD. Gotta get it. So this brother, when I met him, I was a straight coon. I was a Negro. Didn't really know what was going on in the world. Didn't even, if you would have called me an African, I probably would have smacked your teeth out your mouth. Yeah. And I was going to hockey games, and you know, the brother was up in the Poconos skiing. When I met this brother, man, I kicked all them crackers to the curb. You are my mortal enemy. And then I found out that there was a genius, evil genius within the realm of racism, white supremacy. All over the world, they're talking about racism, white supremacy. Well, where are they talking about the brains of the whole operation? And today, that's where we're going. So the lecture today is a secret relationship between black leaders and small hats. Small hats, you know, the Jew boys, you know, bar mitzvah boys, got the little hats on their head. It don't cover the whole head, you know, it's just a little bit of a hat, a yarmulke. So we call them small hats. Somebody say Ashe. Goals and objectives to expose small hat agenda, discuss the consociation between the small hats and our black misleaders, and to examine their position that they take against black nationalists. Y'all ready?
Yes, sir.
Stay with me. We're gonna move fast. If you lose sight of me, follow my dust. Water rising. Page 157. There's no single greater threat to African nationalism and black progress than the white so-called Jew, who we refer to as small hats. They have started and financed the Atlantic slave trade and have been instrumental in oppressing African people since its abolition. They have been the predominant source behind the destruction of almost every progressive black movement in the history of America KKK. Now, how many of you, by a show of hands, have heard or been told, you might have got it in your Sunday school, that these Jews are God's chosen people? Let me see your hands.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
yes,
they're
sir.
God's chosen people. All right. Then we know that they worked all throughout the civil rights movement, and you know, they're so paternalistic and philanthropic that they just want to help the poor Negroes. All right. So there's a relationship there. And today we're going to discuss the secret relationship. But I'm going to play a clip right now. And I want you to see the terms of this relationship. Because when you enter into a relationship, it's predicated on the respect that the other party has for you. If you enter into a relationship with a female, how does she respect you? If you're a female with a male, how does he respect you? And your relationship grows from there. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, let's see how these small hats feel about me and you.
When Jews get together in a safe environment and they begin to talk about blacks, if they really are forthright and honest, they will use the term Schwarze. This is a term that today is extremely politically incorrect, needless to say, but it is still being used. It is not died out. In fact, it's almost a badge of one's commitment to the cause among Jews to use this term. I mean, it is not a slur term. It is not a derogatory term. In fact, sometimes there may be even a degree of affection in it, like, I heard Mrs. Schwartz got a new Schwarze. How nice. Schwarze, by the way, when I was growing up, this was a great topic of enormous fascination and concern among my parents and grandparents. They could talk about it forever. Okay. The second thing is that when you use the term Schwarze, it always implies cognitive inferiority. The mental picture of a stupid black embedded in the term Schwarze is true even for pro-civil rights Jews. I've had many discussions with liberals, Jewish liberals on this point, and after about 15 minutes, you can begin to get down to serious things. And I say to them, tell me, you really think this is going to help? All these laws, all these affirmative action policies and things like that. And you say, look, they're Schwarze. What are we going to do? And we have to do something for them. They can't do it on their own. Adding a phrase, dumb Schwarze, is somewhat superfluous, reserved only for the most egregious stupidity. Invisible baggage likewise includes gullibility, emotional excitability, and a weakness for here and now conspicuous consumption. Violence, especially interpersonal alcohol-induced mayhem, is also associated with Schwarze. In other words, if the image that comes to the mind of Jews when you say the word Schwarze is, a rather simple-minded, impulsive, easily seduced by trinket kind of thing, and this, some of you will realize, is extremely close to the traditional Southern image of blacks. In fact, I would argue that it's almost identical to what many Southerners would probably say. Well, that's what they think about when they think about blacks.
Now I think we're all clear on how small hats feel about us. Moving on. And you got Skip Gates and corny Westers running around talking about we got a so-called alliance with these small hats. Small hat revisionism, how they rewrite history. In their own book, the American Jewish Archives says in pre-Civil War United States, 75% of Jewish families in the South held slaves. However, all of the Jews, especially veterans of the revolutionary movements in Central Europe, did become involved in abolitionist causes. Now, I'm not a Schwarzer, so when I read this, it tells me that somebody's lying. How in the world could you have 75% ownership in the South of slaves, but yet you all are abolitionists fighting to free the slaves from yourself? So let's go and hear from the Jew, the small hat, on the relationship between the crackers in the North and the crackers in the South, in particular, the small hat, and how they viewed me and you, the sons and daughters of Africa, because if you go to the masses of our people today and you ask them about antebellum South, they will tell you that they were racist. The rebel flag, don't tread on me, and they hated black people. But when you ask them about the North, they get confused. Somehow the crack in the North was better than the crack in the South. Not so. And when you listen to it, I want you to listen real clear. And you're going to hear the voice of Brother Obawale Malcolm X, who said in this country, the only thing that's South is south of the Canadian border.
Sometimes when I think about what these books are doing, I'm amazed at how they are willing to address issues that we had just sort of swept under the rug. And one of the things that the City of Promises Project allowed for is in the Haven of Liberty book to look at the Civil War. So everyone knows that, there were Jews who fought for the South and there were Jews who fought for the North. Right? What had never really been looked at was the way in which Jews in New York City were very supportive of Southerners. They were supportive of slavery. They were Democrats, not Republicans.
Now we're going to look at the Civil War time. because we had some leaders that we teach our children to idolize. We got some cultural personalities getting ready to get destroyed. So if the only thing you know about your history and our freedom struggle in this country is about George Washington Carver making peanuts, and you don't know the economic reasons why he made so many recipes with the peanuts, then this could get a little bit difficult right now, because something about to happen to some Uncle Toms that have sold us out on our liberation. But first, let's look at the freedom fighters. We had Martin Delaney on the scene, who said our elevation must come by the result of our own self-efforts and by the work of our own hands. He said no other human power can accomplish it. Then we had Bishop Turner, who was a congressman. Y'all know we had congressmen and senators back then? Bishop Turner said we have every right to believe that God is black.
That's right. That's right.
We have race pride. These are leaders that are racially responsible. We had more. David Walker on the scene in 1829. This is 30 years before the Civil War. He said they want us for their slaves. Now, who could he be talking about? But a small hat. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Going down, he said they are trying to kill us. It is no more harmful for you to kill a man who is trying to kill you than it is for you to take a drink of water when you're thirsty. That's liberation. They moved David Walker. He died of mysterious causes. A Jew, small hat, William Lloyd Garrison, came out on a national campaign, took over the abolitionist movement, and said we deprecate the spirit of this appeal. Small hats now, nobody else. Henry Highland Garnett on the scene of the National Negro Convention. 1843, moving on, 20 years before the Civil War. In Buffalo, New York, Henry Highland Garnett gave a resolution. It was called the Call to Rebellion. Because when the small hats interjected themselves into the abolitionist movement, they brought something called moral suasion. Meaning you got to educate your slave master on how much it hurts to be a slave. When the brothers said, man, get out of our movement, they went up and started a National Negro Convention. And they said, we're going to send troops. We got 50,000 guerrillas in a militant formation, ready to ride on the South. Henry Highland Garnett said, brethren, arise, arise. Strike for your lives and your liberties. Rather die freemen than to live like slaves. Now, I want you to remember that as we move on. Then, in this same meeting, after Henry Highland Garnett gets up and gives his resolution, somebody passed a motion, and they get ready to pass it. We was this close to liberation. I believe if Henry Highland Garnett and Martin Delaney and Bishop Turner had their way, we'd be free right now. Yes, but Frederick Douglass gets up in the meeting and rebuffs everything Henry Highland Garnett said and said, no, wait a minute. We don't need to fight. We don't need to fight. That's all our leaders tell us today. We don't need to fight. We don't fight this cracker. Whatever you do, do not fight this cracker. And the motion died on the floor by one vote. Let's move. There was a meeting at the White House, Lincoln, a meeting for a resettlement. He told Douglas right then, he said, Douglas, what do you want? What do black people want in this country? Douglas said, we want to integrate with you, master. Lincoln told him, but nobody in the North, nobody in the South want anything to do with you. You know how they say, your people, you people. He said it is better for us both, therefore, to be separated. Now, here's an Anglo, a white. We got to make a distinction. Because the small hat does not see himself as the body politic of Europeans. He sees himself as something completely different. He's a Jew, and the rest of the Anglos are Gentiles. So you got a Gentile cracker here telling Frederick Douglass that we need to be separated. So the question is, if Martin Delaney, Henry Highland Garnett, Gabriel Prosser, and Nat Turner, all of them wanted us to be separate, why is it that Frederick Douglass wants us to integrate? Where did he get these ideas? He was one of his best friends. Charles Sumner, who was a small hat in the abolitionist movement. He was an early pusher for integrating the schools and for knocking down miscegenation laws. The cracker got so fed up with this small hat, they beat him near death in the halls of Congress. John Brown, look at this cracker. They had no teeth, peckerwood, overall, jelly roll sandwich eating. This is Frederick Douglass' best friend. I mean, how many garbage cans and trailer parks did he have to rummage through to find this decrepit cracker? Look like an old Fire Marshal Bill looking Peckerwood. Matter of fact, if we check Jim Curry Ancestry.com, we gonna find this cracker. Poor cracker. His son's poor. So when you poor, you'll do anything for a paycheck. John Brown and this whole John Brown raid on Harper's Ferry was financed by who? George Stearns. If you're not familiar with a small hat name, you can't get more hatified than Stearns. He was worth $11 million during the Civil War time. Where was you getting $11 million except you was involved in the slave trade? He paid for all the guns, all the logistics for the John Brown. So, in a Pan-Africanist circle sometime, in the Black nationalist circles, the brothers and the sisters, Black power, down with white. Soon as you bring up this cracker, John Brown, everybody get confused. And now we done turned into the Black left looking to find some good crackers. Ain't nothing. Now let's find out who George Stearns is and if he had a relationship with Frederick Douglass.
1862.
One of the provisions in the Emancipation Proclamation was that African Americans could be enlisted to help win this war in any way that the administration thought they could be useful, including as soldiers.
Douglass is, of course, wildly enthusiastic about this. And in 1863, Douglass is approached by George L. Stearns, a Massachusetts philanthropist and businessman who has been appointed to recruit a regiment of African-American soldiers for the Civil War, and Douglass becomes one of his recruiting officers.
I hereby authorize Frederick Douglass to go to Washington, D.C. as my agent to transact business connected with the recruiting service for United States Colored Volunteers. Major George L. Stearns, August 1863.
George Stearns was in charge of recruiting Black soldiers to fight for these crackers in the North, because the North was losing the war. So anybody telling you that it was because of the crackers in the North and they were so feel good about the Negroes, it was the Black soldiers that won the war. So why did Frederick Douglass tell us 20 years earlier, when we was getting ready to march on the South, to fall out of our militant formations and not to fight these crackers? Then he gets with these small hats and tells us to go fight now. Now that you got white officers. Frederick Douglass is an agent. Then he goes out and says, men of color to arms. This is the type of stuff he was putting out, trying to get Blacks to enlist. He said, remember Denmark Vesey of Charleston. Remember Nat Turner. He said, remember Shields, small hat. Green, small hat. Copeland, small hat, who followed noble John Brown and fell as glorious martyrs for the cause of the slaves. Now, did Nat Turner fight with some crackers? No. He fought the cracker. Did Denmark Vesey line himself with some crackers? And if you don't know, Charleston was the main epicenter of small hats in the South. He was trying to kill the cracker. But Frederick Douglass, this scrupulous Negro, gonna go around telling us that they was fighting with some crackers and that they wouldn't have mind spilling their blood with the white brothers. Get out of here. He's a travesty. Then you got, I can't even pronounce this Michelin's name. You know, these sauerkraut Germans. She comes over after the failed revolution in 1848. She said that her time in Germany allowed her to have an appreciation for the suffering of the Black folk. So she comes to New York, knocks on his door, and she lived there for 22 summers. Oh, it is what it looks like. He was sleeping with this hat. He was sleeping. Not only was he in cahoots with the small hat in the boardroom, he was in cahoots in the bedroom. He got a Black wife, and he moves this old nasty ironing board back, filthy Black side, greasy Susie Floozy in the house for 22 summers. Right. Horace Greeley, Northern small hat, shaking hands with the South, the Confederacy, over the dead bodies of our fathers. That's what the Civil War was about. The fat cracker that you just saw in that picture was this man right here. This male, excuse me, it's not a man. Abolitionist, small hat, Horace Greeley, who said we love liberty and justice and humanity, but we do not like Negroes. If you look at that real carefully, it's saying that a Negro is not human. But he's in the abolitionist movement. I'm telling you, they think we squashers. So then, the brothers and the sisters that was serious about liberation, like the brothers and the sisters in this room, that said, get this small hat out of our movement. They said him in the abolitionist movement fighting for the cause of the slaves is like giving a dirty blanket to a cold child. They said, matter of fact, the next time you see this hook-nosed monster, they said, tell him that when he looked down his nose at another black person, let him know that he is resting his eyes upon the most beautiful complexion that a human can be endowed. That's black pride. Man, somebody that don't think you're a human is just somebody that a so-called black leader will be aligning themselves with. But Frederick Douglass didn't think so. He writes in his Frederick Douglass papers, he said, now he's writing to Horace Greeley. This is what your leaders talk about behind closed doors. They do not believe in us. They do not believe that we can win. All they want to do is create a paradigm in the white male's mind to get him access to these white females. That's all integration is about. He writes to him, we believe that the contact with the white race, even under its many unjust and painful restrictions to which we are subjected, does more toward our elevation and improvement than the mere circumstance of being separated from them could ever do. Can you believe that? Is this somebody that you want to teach your children to model after? No. Does he know about the temples all throughout Kemet, all throughout Mali, from Timbuktu? We took the daggone universities to Europe. And he's going to sit up here and say that because of slavery, we've had some type of elevation because we was up under these crackers. He said the condition of our race has been improved by our situation as slaves, since it has brought us into contact with a superior people. He said the time has not come for us to immigrate from these states to any other country. He said, and the least place we should go, the last place that we should go is Africa. The wilds of Africa. And I had a chance to come in contact with our ancestor, Frederick Douglass, who was pretty ticked off at my demeanor and my disposition. And I said, my position is definitive. I want liberation tomorrow. And I showed in the Frederick Douglass papers. Remember, his first paper, what he did with Martin Delaney, was called The North Star. But see, it ain't about our liberation no more. It's the Frederick Douglass show. And he wants to be with these crackers. Now, when the Klan got started, their main modus operandi was that if black men were free, they were savages that would rape our daughters. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
He's right here in Washington, D.C. The small has propped him up to be the leader and the face of black manhood. And the best thing he could do was to play slap and tickle all across town with this crap. Legitimizing the Klan, lynching our fathers and our grandfathers. Frederick Douglass is a travesty. And while he's talking this integration, the small hats in 1862 is making a call for a Jewish state in Palestine. They don't want to integrate. And this is long. That's long before Hitler. They was talking about they want a nation of their own. But they got the small hats over here telling our leaders that we need to integrate.
Killing them.
Coming out of Civil War. Reconstruction. Those were senators and congressmen. The Jesse run is nothing new. Southern Democrats agreed to support Hayes' presidency if he would agree to end Reconstruction. Reconstruction was the Freedmen's Bureau. We was going all throughout the South. We was educating. When the white missionaries came down there, they said these people are so dedicated to the rise of their children that they would rather read books than to eat bread. That's our certain. We've always been a people on the up and up. We've always been builders of ancient civilizations. We've always done this.
Talk about it.
And so to destroy that, they said, we're going to bring in this president, and if you come in, then we'll pull the soldiers out of the South that was protecting the slaves, the free slaves. And this right here was called the Hayes-Tilden Compromise. And I guarantee you 99% of our children do not know this. This compromise would rescind 40 acres and a mule. Remember, we won the war. If we won the war, why don't we have our 40 acres and a mule? It's because we allowed the small hats to use us to win the war and then take the spoils of war. We not no losers. They disbanded the Freedmen's Bureau. And this is what gave us black codes, Jim Crow, and the overrepresentation of black men in the prison industrial complex. Now, who brokered the deal but a goddamn small hat? Thomas A. Cox is the one responsible for. Now, these are the marches that the small hats marched us out of the hinterlands of Africa for days. They're called the Kofa lines that we found out through the work of Baba Baruti. They were in chains, marching to the ships. Kofa lines. Now, as we move forward, do you see anybody there smiling?
Not true. A lot of us is already.
No smiles. And mind you, the slave trade was financed by small hats. The grandees, the Lacanos, and the Moranos.
That's right.
Then they brought us here. Then we fought the Civil War. We won. But look, somebody think they looking at a chain gang. That's not a chain gang. Those are the same Kofa lines. We in the same chains. And this is after the Civil War. This is after your 13th Amendment. This is after your Emancipation Proclamation. Now, I know somebody's saying, but King marched. We marched. We got the right to vote. I know he about to put up a picture of Obama, Barack, and tell me that I'm free. It's all over. No. We're still in the Kofa lines. We're still in the same lines. But guess what? The brothers smiling now because they got rights. They got civil rights now. The brothers smiling. They don't have no chains no more. But we still being marched. We still in the Kofa lines. Judah P. Benjamin, a small hat, was leading the Confederacy. Responsible for the bloodshed of our brothers, all and our sisters, and the rape of our women all throughout the South. Now they saying they was all in the abolitionist movement, but how was the second in command, Judah P. Benjamin, the Secretary of State of the secession of the South? And when the North won, he fled back to Europe, and he got Rockefeller money and spent tens of thousands of dollars financing the birth of the Klan. Small hats now, nobody else. Moving on, still in Reconstruction. Bishop Turner, he came out and he said, we are not Americans. That flag does not belong to us. That red in that flag is nothing but a bloody rag, and that blood is from our ancestors. We are not Americans. You know, Bishop Turner took more of our ancestors back to Africa than Garvey. Bishop Turner was dangerous. He started writing papers. He said they took our victory. We didn't win. They took it from us. He wrote an editorial called Negroes Get Guns. And the small had said, we losing control here. We losing control. Now we got to create a leader to surpass Bishop Turner. And they brought out Booker T. Washington. Those are all the small hats that financed him. It got so bad to even Du Bois came out and said, we are compelled to point out that Mr. Washington's large financial contributions. For this reason, he is not compelled to tell the whole truth. He was brought in so. Now we get ready to look at a short clip because one of his main advisors and financiers of the Tuskegee Institute was Julius Rosenwald, a small hat. Now, before I play this, I want you to pay real close attention to the beginning of the clip to understand where he got his ideas and his philosophies from. And then towards the end of the clip, we want to notice the black leaders that we respect that was in the pocket of Julius Rosenwald.
He claimed that he was influenced by his mother, but the truth of the matter is that he was really influenced by his rabbi, Emil G. Hirsch, the rabbi of Temple Sinai.
He became interested in the problem of race relations by reading Booker T. Washington's autobiography, Up From Slavery. He had something like an epiphany, and he began to commit his resources to the Tuskegee educational enterprise.
Booker T. Washington was the founder of Tuskegee University and a guiding force in black education in America. Shortly after Rosenwald read Washington's book, he had the opportunity to meet him at the Blackstone Hotel in Chicago. They became lifelong friends.
Washington immediately asked Rosenwald if he would be willing to join the board. These fellowships were given to African American and some white Southerners who excelled in art, history, politics, journalism, science.
Recipients in the arts included Jacob Lawrence, Charles Alston, Elizabeth Catlett, some of the writers who received Rosenwald grants, W.E.B. Du Bois, Langston Hughes, James Baldwin, Ralph Ellison, William Grant Still, a major composer, Marian Anderson, a major
Almost every major African-American writer, thinker, poet, artist of the between 1929 and the 1940s received one of these fellowships. I think that the fellowships really gave a feeling of accomplishment and self-worth to an enormous number of African-American young people who really were on the cusp of their careers. Not everybody who won a Rosenwald Fellowship achieved success, but the number of people who did achieve success is so astonishing, and the number of careers that were launched as a result of this is so amazing.
It got a little bit long, but there was a daughter of one of the fellows, and she said the fellowship and the money that they were getting and the training, they also got training. She said it gave them a sense of self-worth and value. Now I'm a black man, and when I get up in the morning, I know that I'm a black man, and I feel like I have worth. I don't need a small hat telling me that I need worth. I don't need to be validated. Anybody need to be validated by a small hat? I didn't think so. But now he's doing all this good stuff now. All this money he's pouring out because his rabbi then told him in his bar mitzvah, boy, you got to go out there and do something real good because the Swartzers, they can't do it for themselves. All this good stuff now. You ain't going to tell me that this the same Julius Rosenwald that was financing W.E.B. Du Bois, that was financing Booker T. Washington. Let's go. The Rosenwald Fund made grants to the Alabama State Board of Health to help meet the cost of the Tuskegee experiment, a study of syphilis in black men living in Georgia and Alabama. Over 400 men were allowed to carry the disease without medical treatment for over 40 years. Several government agencies, including the Federal Public Health Service and the Center for Disease Control, participated in this study. And this is where we have failed in the education of our babies. We are told, oh, the government, they're crooked, they're evil. As if the government is some abstract thing that floats out into space that does evil from time to time. No, it's real living people doing real horrible things to us that happen to work in the government. And it was financed by this small hat. Now, how did they gain access? Because, you know, we don't go to no doctor. I had a temperature of 104 for about a week, and I never went to the hospital. When I found my folks said, you got to go. I went in there, the doctor said, I'm glad you came. Because you was about to be in a coma, young man. So how did they do this? Now I'm about to murder somebody's culture personality. Because after 20 centuries, Jesus then told you on your own. There will be no divine intervention. How did they gain access? These small hats left from New York, went down there and paid the pastors to come in their church on Sunday morning and get up, and instead of the deacons kicking these crackers out, they said, we got fellowship. These are God's chosen people. Through the church. Dang. And they got up in their pulpit, these small hats now, nobody else. And they told them, y'all got bad blood. If you don't want to go to them lakes of soupy fire and brimstone, you better come on down to the clinic, get your shot, boy.
Killing them.
Let's see what it's about. Now, I'm going to show you the pictures on the side of the small hats, and we're going to watch a clip and understand what was really going on and understand the international politics behind German biological warfare. Because this is the same exact time that the Nazis was doing their experiments, and they had the Nuremberg trials. Let's go.
Of research. He proposed Macon County as the ideal site for a 6-month study of untreated syphilis. Clark wrote,
Macon County is a natural laboratory, a ready-made situation. The rather low intelligence of the Negro population depressed economic conditions, and the very common promiscuous sex relations not only contribute to the spread of syphilis, but also to the prevailing indifference with regard to treatment.
Raymond Vandeleer, a young field officer, now played a critical role. Particularly enthralled by the science and blatantly unconcerned for the welfare of the men, he pushed to extend this study into a long-term, open-ended research project. Soon, Vandeleer was promoted to the head of the VD division and had the power himself to implement his plan. If the ethics of the study had ever been unclear, the events of 1947 should have brought them into sharp focus.
Second Nuremberg trials. The American Military Tribunal hearing evidence against 23 of the leading Nazi doctors.
The Nuremberg tribunals uncovered, amid the perverse horrors of the Nazi regime, gross examples of human experimentation in the name of medical science. The trial of these Nazi doctors led the international community to formulate the Nuremberg Code for the Protection of Human Subjects. Its first and central principle was informed consent. Subjects must voluntarily agree to be part of any experiment and must be fully aware of all risks. The scientists of the Tuskegee study, including Director John Heller, dismissed the relevance of Nuremberg.
I asked him specifically about Nuremberg and whether that gave him any pause. And he said absolutely not. I asked him whether he ever drew any associations between what they were doing and what the Nazis had done. And he said certainly not. And then he looked at me with kind of wounded innocence and said they were Nazis.
We were dealing with a very important study that was going to have the long-term results of which were actually to improve the quality of care for the Black community, so that these individuals were actually contributing to the work towards the improvement of the health of the Black community, rather than simply serving as merely guinea pigs for the study. And of course, I was bitterly opposed to cutting off the study for obvious reasons.
This small head didn't even want to stop this study. Anybody know anything about syphilis? It came from these animals and savages that would rather go up in the backside of a daggone sheep than their own nasty women.
It's a new family.
Julius Rosenwald, responsible now. Is this anybody, this hook-nosed monster, lox and bagel eating savage? Is this anybody that a so-called Black leader shouldn't be aligning themselves with?
No.
Now this is going to get disturbing. I know some people eating, so you might want to turn away. For the rest of us, don't turn away. This is what they did to us. This is what they did to us. Now, you know, they say 400 men, but you know they had families. You know they had babies. And the only way, like, you know how when you do a scientific study, you got to do your observation, your hypothesis, and how you're going to do the study. When they wrote it out, the only way they could get the results was when you was dead. Murder. Mutilation. The nurse, the Black nurse that they had there, she came out and testified and said sometimes when they would open the bodies up to do autopsies, she said that the insides was dead for decades. Biological warfare. Germ warfare. I got some intellectuals, you know, they might say you're taking it too far. That's just an isolated incident, young brother. You don't know what you're talking about. No. Goldberg, burger. Hamburger. Goldberger. He was a doctor at the turn of the 19th century that found the cure to pellagra. But because the victims of pellagra were mainly Black women in the South, he was working for who? The Public Health Service, the same institution that Rosenwald was funding, and they did not announce or go public with the cure to disease, and so tens of thousands of our grandmothers and our great-grandmothers died at the hands of these small heads.
Whoa, hey, kill him.
Dr. John Henry Clark, peace be upon him, his mother died when he was a young boy from pellagra.
Wow.
Now, let's look at W.B. Du Bois again. It's a real short clip.
Du Bois thought quite highly of Julius Rosenwald because Julius Rosenwald objectively was a great steward of wealth in the best sense of the word. And also because there was so often between African Americans and people of the Jewish faith a kind of pre-established harmony.
Harmony. Germ warfare. Biological warfare.
Spin doctors.
That's harmony. Then W.E.B. Du Bois.
Julius Rosenwald, because Julius Rosenwald objectively was a great steward of wealth in the best sense of the word. And also because there was so often between African Americans and people of the Jewish faith a kind of pre-established harmony.
Harmony. Germ warfare. Biological warfare.
Spin doctors.
That's harmony. Then W.E.B. Du Bois starts the Niagara movement. Now he going to snitch on Booker T. He said he taking money, y'all. He brought and sold. Whole time you brought and sold, Negro. He starts the Niagara movement with the intent in the beginning of bringing these small hats in. This is the first meeting. Look at them brothers. You don't see the sisters, but Ida B. Wells was there. Them brothers was getting ready to put in work.
That's right.
They didn't know that W.E.B. Du Bois was a fifth column and that he was going to bring in the small hat. The very next meeting, he brings in a lily white small hat named Mary Lou Overton. And at that time, Ida B. Wells said, this Negro done lost his mind. She got up out there.
That's right.
Now I'm going to show you what organizational structure looks like. Organizational structure looks like you and people that look like you coming together to develop a social theory, to develop their economics and a political philosophy, and a military to defend your interests. That's what it looks like. Do you see any brothers in this meeting?
No.
You see any Asians?
No.
These are small hats now. They don't invite you to their meeting. Anybody ever been to a bar mitzvah? But we got harmony, right? Now that's the American Jewish Historical Society. John D. Rockefeller finances these small hats. They started the Society for Ethical Culture. And out of this organization later comes the ACLU, Small Hat Organization. CORE, Small Hat Organization. NAACP, Small Hat Organization. And Louis Brandeis and his stepbrother, Frankfurter, they go on to become Supreme Court justices. Now, look at our organizational structure. This is the NAACP. Are we in a boardroom? No. They had a pick a nick with these small hats. And they got the sisters sitting out on the floor, on the ground. That's our organization. That's the plan that they got for us. Joe Spingarn says that the MID, that don't say FBI do it. Don't say DEA do it. Don't say DOJ do it. MID stands for Military Intelligence Division. And this is very serious. I want you to pay close attention to what I'm about to tell you. Because the military is designed for foreign hostile enemies. If you are indeed an American, why was Joe Spingarn reporting to the military? If you are a citizen of this nation with full rights, he would have been reporting to who? The FBI. Whether we want to believe it or not, whether we want to step up and do the work and the responsibility of statecraft and nationhood and develop our own independent nation or not, it does not stop these crackers from looking at us as a separate nation within this nation. Yes, sir. He was opening the mail and spying, and so was W.E.B. Du Bois. There was a Jewish problem and a Negro problem. Her name was Lazarus, small hat. She said the only solution now to the problem that Jews had was the establishment of an independent state. Then Theodore Herzl, the father of Zionism, said that the solution to the Jewish question was a Jewish state. Now, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right?
That's right.
So when I click this button, the answer and the solution to the Negro problem is going to be an independent state, right? All right. Gerner Murdoch, small hat. And this book was financed by the Carnegies. It was a book about integration. The solution laid out in this book, when I was in the library, I threw the book across the library.
When you look at World War II, as real historians that looked at it, World War II was used as an excuse to give them this so-called homeland that they needed so bad. But up until World War II, the people who historically had been done so wrong wasn't them, because nobody was trying to hear them go back all the way biblically to slavery in Egypt. So they had no case to the public. No, people who had been through slavery and who had been mistreated, and that was us. And then this so-called Holocaust happened, and gas chambers and all this type of stuff happened, and 6 million people died, all this, and then they skipped to the front of the line for the people who just needed a homeland of their own.
I was so disgusted. The solution to our problem is that we had failed to educate our slave master on how bad it was on those nights when he came out to the back, knocked on the door, said, "Send your 10-year-old son upstairs. I'm feeling like a freak." We failed to verbalize and articulate the pain that it felt, seeing our women strung up on trees and the cracker to start a fire under her feet, cut her stomach, rip the baby out, and stomp it in the head. We didn't articulate that good enough. And that was the only solution to our problem in the hills of North America in this stolen land society. But here came Garvey. Let's take a look.
Just as the government campaign against him escalated, Marcus Garvey unveiled a new business enterprise. It was his most ambitious venture, but would prove to be the most fateful.
Get on board, countryman, get on board, ladies none, get on board, countryman, wine home on the black starlight, wine home on the black starlight.
The idea comes to Garvey that black people need a shipping line, and he bases his idea on the fact that the Cunard family has the White Star Line, and the Irish have the Green Star Line. And he says, why shouldn't blacks have the Black Star Line? So it is a vision of grandeur.
His ships would carry more than passengers. Garvey envisioned commercial trade among black communities around the world, with produce, raw materials, and manufactured goods transported on UNIA vessels.
And it represented the ability of black people to seize the day and to have their own economy.
Garvey came out of the mountains of Jamaica as a lion, came with one heck of a program. Not just a program for us in the States, but a global economic system for us. For us. We had our own ships. Did the NAACP have ships?
No, sir.
He came and said, "Up, you mighty race. Accomplish what you will." Who did he have to fight? The Rosenwald Fellows. Garvey said they are prostituting their intelligence under the direction of the small hats to bring out and show the worst of our people. They still doing it in Hollywood. That was race first. Praise be to the name of Tony Martin. May the ancestors forever bless that man. Who else was he fighting? Look at this salacious homo. This James Baldwin, real squidgety, Stevie homo. I mean, parked off on side of the bed with his princess slippers clicking. He probably got William Styron, Will, get my bottom side, my better side, buddy. Y'all know he took that turn and tried to turn that turn into a fag-loving cracker. Don't get me started on James Baldwin. He's a tragedy. NAACP, there go your board members right there. That's not a black organization. In fact, they don't even own the headquarters to this day. They got to pay rent to these small hats. So even if they decided or thought about doing something for me and you, they'd be outside on the street. Then we got A. Phillips, Randolph's, another salacious homo. running loose, pretending to be a black leader. Oh, we got a bunch more today now. Oh, concupidious Negro. Running around with Arnoldson, a small hat, who was the director of the Jewish Council on Public Affairs. Why are they running around with all these small hats? Hey, Philip Randolph, we taught the love now. The pressure was on. He calls FDR. He said, I'm going to do a march in Washington. The march that we know of is not the original march. A. Philip Randolph was under pressure. We got a march in Washington. FDR looked at Eleanor, said, these Negroes and got beside themselves. Get Frankfurt on the phone, that small hat judge. Get him to draft me some legislation. The small hat comes back with the NRA, National Recovery Act. And the whole premise was that government spending will be allocated to corporations, and those corporations now being funded will go out and hire black people. It was a bailout, or so we thought following this coup. When the corporations got the extra overhead, they said, well, I'm gonna pay the lower wages for these Negroes, and I can go hire my cousins and all the rednecks down at the trailer park. I can bring them in and pay them good wages. The brothers and sisters said the NRA was not the National Recovery Act, but it was the Negro Removal Act. He destroyed our economics. Now I got a question. If Garvey came with an economic system, not only that, he had an African Legion. They was all running through the South, getting bodies on these crackers for our liberation. He had a women's movement. That Garvey's jet got with the center of the book. Garvey Ben had that. Women with natural hair. Women in their natural state of beauty. That was long. Garvey had black doll babies for the children, for the black girls to have self-esteem. This is what Garvey brought. Garvey had chapters all over the world, over 1,000. And you couldn't just get your aunt and cousin and them say, I'm gonna start a chapter. You had to have 500 members before you can get a charter. This is the work Garvey put in.
Had a white woman too.
You think these Negroes was concerned about you and me? That they would support Garvey? Even if you didn't like Garvey, you should have got the heck out the way. Let's see whose side they chose.
A. Philip Randolph, who had introduced him to his first Harlem audience, said Garvey had succeeded in making the Negro the laughingstock of the world.
W.B. Du Bois and A. Philip Randolph saw Garvey as a person who was engaged in a grand distraction. Garvey's emphasis on a program of African redemption, his pretensions to some kind of imperial posture as the provisional president of Africa, they thought of as either charlatanry or just pure buffoonery.
Garvey trying to take us off our land.
Their complaints about him provide a legitimation for the government to move against Garvey. Because you can always say, you see, his own people don't even want him. And if they don't want him, then there must be something wrong.
Encouraged by growing black opposition, the U.S. government stepped up surveillance of Garvey. In a letter to the Attorney General, 8 prominent black critics said the UNIA was composed of the most primitive and ignorant element, Negro sharks and Negro fanatics. They called for Garvey's deportation, but Garvey fought back. When W.E.B. Du Bois called him the most dangerous enemy of the Negro race, Garvey said Du Bois was a rabid mulatto who needed a horsewhipping. A. Philip Randolph, who had once befriended Garvey, called the UNIA leader a half-wit, low-grade moron.
In the midst of that, A. Philip Randolph received a package in the mail, and thinking it was a bomb, he called the police. They opened it up, and they found that it was the severed human hand of a white man, signed with a note signed by the KKK. Randolph believed that it was really the Garvey movement that had sent it.
In February 1925, after nearly 2 years of appeals, Marcus Garvey was escorted to the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary as prisoner number 19359. On November 18th, 1927, after serving 2 years and 9 months, Garvey was pardoned by President Calvin Coolidge. But he was ordered immediately deported.
These Negroes that we celebrate today worked to get Garvey exiled. But before that, they tried to get him killed. They set the cracker up in his office, and because he wasn't looking for none of these sleazy white dogs, because he had him a strong black woman, she pushed Garvey out the way and took the bullet. Yeah, you brothers better get it right.
That's right.
These sisters are strong.
Yes, sir.
Got to have me a black woman. I don't know about no Bonnie and Clyde.
That's
I know about Garvey and Amy, though.
Yes, sir.
This is the Garvey Must Go campaign. Half of them was fags and the other half was mulattoes that was more in tune with the white side than the black side. So, yeah, that's them. There they go. Get a good look at them. We won't see them again. They no longer exist. We will not even speak their names. And when we get back on top, we going to remove them from every book.
That's right.
W.E.B. Du Bois is writing letters to the government, snitching. You know, Garvey, he doesn't allow his members to vote. You should get rid of him. Nah, we shouldn't vote. We don't belong here. Hey, God, this ain't our government. Garvey was looking to set up an independent government. When he came here, he didn't even know he was fighting. He didn't even know he was fighting the small hats like that. One of the first things he did was give us a flag. Said, you are somebody. Said, one God, one aim, one destiny. He said, we're gonna ride under the banner of the red, the black, and the green. Gave us a flag. You know why we needed a flag? The small hats that kept us from nationhood, that kept us from developing our own systems, they wrote a song. The song was, every race has a flag, but the coon. That's what Garvey came to do. Redemption. He went in 1922, sent a delegation to the League of Nations, petitioning for all the late German African colonies, which were taken from them by black soldiers and claimed by the France and England. See, we went over there fighting for the cracker again, and when we win, we lose the spoils of war. It's not that we can't fight them. It ain't like we never ran up on them and put our foot in their behinds. Garvey went, said, give us, you know, when Germany lost that war, they had to give up the states that they had in Africa. Garvey said, give them to us. They wouldn't do it. The small hat elements working against Garvey. Rwanda would have been ours. There would have been no genocide. Namibia would have been ours. Would have been no genocide of the Herero.
Teach.
But who was fighting Garvey? Who was behind the Negroes working to get Garvey out?
Teach.
Garvey told A.J. Rogers, he said they had a Jewish judge try me, who was Julian Mack, a small hat that worked where? At the NAACP. He said, I had a Jewish prosecutor. He said, I would have been free. They ain't had nothing on me. He said, but it was 2 Jews on the jury. He said they held out and succeeded convicting me. Said, whereupon the Jewish judge gave me the maximum penalty. Bye-bye. Say bye-bye to them ships. Now we got to work to get them back. And before we do that, we got to deal with the small hat. Carlos Cook, the biological son of Garvey, came on the scene. He said the integrationist doctrine that had fostered so much strife is a death trap for blacks, deliberately agitated by small hats who do not belong to the race and are using black men as a distracting force. Lest what happened to them in Germany when the Anglos found out that they was controlling all the banks and all the textile mills and everything. That's when the Nazi and the Third Reich rose up to kill these small hats. But when they came here, they said, well, since the blacks are hated, we could turn the blacks against the whites. And then nobody will ever discover that we rolling in the dough. We was used as a distraction so that wouldn't happen. But give a hand for Carlos Cooks. Give a strong black hand for that brother. And for these dead hats. They look good to me. There's a problem with this picture anyway. It ain't enough of them. It should be filled all over the place. Bodies on top of bodies.
That's right.
Oh, when we get back on top, we're going to make them programs look like picnics. This coon W.E.B. Du Bois in 1945, he lamented. He said, this is horrible. He said, this is a super tragedy. He said, the Holocaust, the plight of the Jews, has been even harder and more desperate than anything that the Negroes have passed through in modern times. Now let me quantify something. He was down in Atlanta doing the Atlanta race riots of the Red Summers.
That's right.
He was there when the crackers shut down the grocery store so we couldn't eat. They cut off the power line and the sewers so we didn't even have no running water. He said the next morning after the riots, he's walking downtown and he looks in the storefront and he sees the genitals of a black man in a jar. It's East St. Louis. Gompers, the Unionists, small hat, got the Anglos in the small hats to ride through the town on the East St. Louis riots, killing and murdering, bloodshed and rape. Afterwards, they found the mutilated brains and skulls of black women that had been hit with pickaxes. When Du Bois goes there, he leads a silent march. He ain't got nothing to say for you.
Teach.
Y'all know what that is. That's Anne Frankenstein's. Don't act like you read it. We had to read it. We had to know about their story and their sufferings and the Holocaust. These Negroes come out for a campaign nationally, internationally, to gain international support for the small hat cause. But where was they at on this? Booker T. Washington taking all that money, he could never say nothing about the lynchings. W.E.B. Du Bois, all of these so-called leaders that we respect of national stature, where was they at on this issue? As we were hanging as strange fruit from the poplar trees, only two was on the scene like that. Marcus Garvey, who said every time they lynch a brother, he said, since it is not safe to lynch a cracker here, we're going to push a button and lynch a cracker in Africa.
That's right.
Ida B. Wells, strong black woman, came on the scene, found out that the cracker was lying. They was not lynching black men because we was raping white women. They was lynching black men because they could not compete with us because we had superior services and superior products. On the plantation, who had all the jobs? We were skilled labor. We didn't come here as savages. We was builders in Africa. They didn't steal slaves from Africa. They stole chemists, botanists, lawyers. We were skilled.
I appreciate the love, bro.
So they couldn't compete with us after slavery. The cracker ain't had no know-how. So what they did, when we started setting up our black Wall Streets and our independent economic systems, black people wasn't even buying nothing from the cracker. So the only thing that the cracker could do was come burn ours down and lynch our brothers and lie and say that they had raped some old cave female. They not an itch. They rhyme with it. Not an itch. Yeah. Ida B. Wells wrote one letter. Off the power of one letter she wrote, 6,000 black people got them out the city and moved. She said if they will not allow us to do business in our own businesses, she said the heck with them. Let the economy fall. 6,000 at the word of Ida B. Wells. I know we think we didn't came up. But in Dover, Delaware last year, they was hanging brothers and sisters left and right. In Dover, Delaware. The flyer that we got, that's a real flyer. The cracker said we are cleaning up the streets one end at a time. Was Jesse Slackson on the forefront?
No.
Was Al Not Too Sharpton on the forefront?
No.
Negro got a nationally syndicated radio on TV. He paid. Just two. Dr. Issa and the irritated genie of Southeast fighting for our brothers and sisters.
That's right.
Now we're gonna switch gears. We at the halfway point. We moving now. Small hats in South Africa. Let's go across the water. All right. They were the communists, so I'm just gonna tell you like it is. Small hats. This is Mandela now that we love. Small hats have always played an active role in the fight by colonial countries for their freedom, because the short-term objects of small hats would always correspond to the long-term objectives of the freedom movements. As he interfaces with Oppenheimer, small hat. As he interfaces with De Beers Diamonds, small hat.
Traitor.
And he might, somebody, we got to get the thermometer. I gotta ask Brother Coy if he got a thermometer. Somebody hold this Negro down. We can get his temperature. Looks like he might be suffering from the Frederick Douglass effect.
Wow. Frederick Douglass effect.
He says the reason why he aligned himself with the small hats now is because the small hat had a short-term goal, and we had a long-term goal, so we can work together. But guess what? They short-term goal always get accomplished. Our long-term goals, they redefine them. To whereas our long-term goal was freedom and independence in Azania. There's been no revolution in South Africa. There's been no change until the land and the resources of the land is used to the good and the interests of the people on the land. There's been no revolution. That was last year in the mines, our brothers. And let's take it back. The Defiance Campaign. This was like the civil rights movement of South Africa. Beginning in 1952, they started a Gandhian fashion nonviolent movement. Now, what this sound like? The leader, Albert Lutuli, was a devout Christian. Oh my goodness. And he was a Nobel Peace. Anybody know who Albert Noble was? Albert Noble was a small hat who came up with dynamite. Now, they telling you right there that their whole idea of peace is blowing us up. He believed in reaching the white conscience. It ain't one. And integration. He led civil disobedience, protests, marches, and boycotts. Now that I think about it, you spin around and turn your head to the side, he kind of do look like Martin Luther King. Now let's take a look. I want you to look at this, because this is in 52. This is in the 30s and the 40s. They was doing this. It was called the Defiance Campaign. We started like in the late 50s, moving into the 60s with civil rights, right? Yep. So this movement was prior by decades to our movement. So if we had leaders that was concerned about true liberation, then they could have easily looked at what was going on here and said, nonviolence don't work.
For most of the 20th century, a political system that came to be known as apartheid assigned privileges and enforced laws based on race, keeping white South Africans separate from non-white South Africans. Black South Africans have lived with people of European descent since Dutch settlers began moving into the country in the 1600s.
You mean invaded the country?
But white South Africans wanted to control the country. Beginning in the early 1900s, the government passed laws that established the legal segregation of racial groups, known as apartheid. Apartheid laws provided white South Africans with higher wages for the same jobs. These laws also evicted black South Africans from their land and made it illegal for black South Africans to travel anywhere without passes. Other laws prevented black South Africans from voting in elections and forced them to live on crowded reserves called Bantustans, which were located in arid, infertile areas. Without the ability to farm successfully, black South Africans became dependent on white South Africans in order to provide for themselves and their families. Many had to give up farming and work as servants or laborers. In 1912, black South African nationalists founded the political organization called the African National Congress to fight for justice and equality from the white minority government. ANC members included a small number of white South Africans who were sympathetic to the organization's goals. But their efforts made the government more restrictive. In the 1940s, the white minority government cracked down even more and extended the system of apartheid. Members of the African National Congress believed nonviolence and legal means were the way to fight apartheid. They protested unjust laws with marches, boycotts, and civil disobedience, the refusal to obey a law. But South Africa's white minority government fought to preserve apartheid through arrests, threats, and violence. Many white South Africans were not sensitive to the protests raised by black South Africans about apartheid. They lived in good homes, had well-paying jobs, and were free to travel wherever they liked. But for black South Africans, life on the reserves was a constant struggle. They held low-paying jobs and could not always find affordable housing or health care. Overcrowding made food and clean water scarce. Electricity was rare outside of the cities and suburbs where white South Africans lived. Many black South Africans were angry with their treatment by the government. They joined the African National Congress and protested for the end of apartheid and for equal rights. They tried to end apartheid by working to get the laws changed. In response, the government cracked down on both white and black people who opposed apartheid. Many white South Africans began to view black South Africans as dangerous terrorists who wanted to destroy both them and the government. But black South Africans said they were only trying to gain their freedom from an oppressive political system. Black South Africans suspected of being members of the African National Congress were often arrested and sent to jail. Some were murdered by South African police. The black South African struggle for freedom now included fighting for imprisoned members of the African National Congress, many of whom were abused and tortured in jail.
Come on, revolutionary salute to our righteous revolutionary queen, Yaya Kids, who just gifted 10 cult figure memberships to the audience and y'all who are with us. So salute to her. Be sure to thank her for those 10 gifted memberships. That definitely helps the platform. Revolution is a way of life, and I absolutely appreciate the love, queen, as always. Salute.
Now they telling us that they followers of Gandhi, who was another salacious homo. But one thing about Gandhi, yeah, it's true. You know, Wikipedia. Gandhi was a nationalist. Gandhi wanted above all for India to be free from the British crown. He used nonviolence, but when he went to the British, he said, if you don't give me what I want, he said, I got 70 million Sikhs on the frontier ready to come down here and get what I want. So this nonviolence gibberish, nobody nowhere in history has ever got change and liberation from nonviolence. (1955), African National Congress adopted the Freedom Charter, whose preamble stated that South Africa, now we done seen all this bloodshed, rape, murder, mutilation of our people on our soil in South Africa, and the best that Mandela could come up with is that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white. Now, out of all the people that could write in South Africa, who do you think they got to write the Freedom Charter? Lionel Bernstein, a small hat. Nelson Mandela in the late 50s said 50 years of nonviolence before our civil rights movement brought the African people nothing but more and more repressive legislation and fewer rights. And some of y'all would say, maybe King didn't know. Come on now. This dude's a college graduate. He knew. You think Jesse Jackson don't know? You think that these so-called misleaders don't know? That's like saying O.J. Simpson, he didn't know she was white. Come on, we got to do better. We got to hold these misleaders we got to hold their feet to the fire. King, his Bayard, Bayard Rustin got him to go to Ghana when Nkrumah had announced the independence of Ghana. There, King had lunch with activists from South Africa who were fighting apartheid. King knew that nonviolence don't work and that it gives you nothing but fewer and fewer rights. So let's look at the battle plan, because up to this point, now the small hat, he real slick and wily. You gotta watch him. You gotta watch him. Now let's look at the battlefield as we move forward, because it's about to get real crazy. Before now, we've always seen the small hat interject themselves in our movements and make it real soft and turn the other cheek and just real non-violent and all this other kind of integrationist, accommodationist. That's what we've been working with, right? But now it's about to switch up. Because once that don't work and we become militant, then guess what? They control that too. They even give you the guns. Let's look at the battle plan. You will have several groups that are being exploited in this country. You'll have whites, blacks, Mexicans, right? They'll sponsor one group to be the middle managers. So you'll have an all-white police force, right? They'll pay them to oppress us. Okay, they put a foot in our neck, we rise up. They say, no. They give you the black leader. They say, integrate. So then they bring what? Rebels onto the force. That's going to change our situation. It lulls us right to sleep because they give us what? A black face card. So they get us with integration first, right? So we got brothers on the force, we chill out. We like, yeah, we on the come up. Then the brothers on the force, we find out that they worse off than the cracker. Because they be holding to a system that makes them even more brutal and repressive than the cracker was. Then we really rise up. We like, nah, 187. I don't care who he is.
That's right. Yeah.
We got to do something about our situation. They destroying our communities. They didn't take a paramilitary stance. We got to fight back. KRS-One said they ride around with a little one. So I ride around with a bigger one.
That's right.
So what happens is all the while this is happening on the ground, you never see the small hat in the boardroom that the Rockefeller who give you mandatory sentences. The Rockefellers that give you the legislation for 3 strikes. You know, we never see that, so we don't ever deal with the small hat. And then they get us fighting the cracker. And don't get me wrong, the cracker gonna get his due. But it got to be on our terms.
That's right.
So that's how it all works. Then, when it really gets out of hand, the small hat will finance both sides, let us fight to the death, and guess what? He still got all the money, got all the resources. Real slick and wily now. Now, as we watch this video, because after they realized nonviolence didn't work, they started a real militant, it was guerrilla. After the independence of Ghana, many African nations started to fight for their independence. Their liberation did not come out of no nonviolence, turn the other cheek. Let some cracker blow your daughters up in a church and you say it's better for our blood to be spilled than the blood of our white brother. Traitor. Turncoat. Trained pit bulls that grab onto our children's future. Political terrorists. And they gnaw and gnaw and gnaw for the interest of their slave master. The OAU, when it first got started, before Haile Selassie and them got into it, it was Nkrumah, it was Katia of Mali, it was Toure of Guinea. They said, I pledged 15,000 soldiers. And they all got together. They said, we're going to march on South Africa. Right. And we're going to spill the blood of every cracker we see until Azania is free. Yes, they made a decision. If you want to get rid of apartheid, you get rid of the goddamn apartheid.
That's right.
Then when they merged with the Monrovian bloc and started the OAU, Haile Selassie and them watered it down and said, well, we got to wait. We got to wait till the colonials feel like they want to turn resources over to us. But in the in-between time, they set up bases all around South Africa, in Namibia, in Zambia, in Zimbabwe, in Mozambique. They had military bases where they were training guerrillas in Angola to go fight the South Africa. We got to understand, South Africa, whoever controls South Africa, controls the industry of the entire world. Let me say it again. Whoever controls South Africa controls the industry and the geopolitics of the whole world. That's where all your minerals and your resources come from. There would be no space program without them controlling South Africa. There would be no Israel if they did not control South Africa. Don't tell me about the Third Reich. The Second Reich was right there in South Africa. They need South Africa. That's why there's been no revolution. Now look at the brothers when they get strong. They get strong. They about to go kill some crackers, right? I want you to pay attention to who they singing this song to. I heard them brothers in there calling each other what? Comrade. That's not Bantu. That come from Germany. Small hats taught them that. Mandela is controlled by the small hats. He got our brothers out there singing our father Joe Slovo, who was a communist small hat. Ain't gonna stand next to the small hat talking about kill the whites. And they get us coming and going. Look at all the dead, centuries of dead in South Africa. Then the boys, the crackers, and the small hats, they went on a military campaign because I told you that Nkrumah and the original OAU had set up military bases. They went all throughout South Africa, murdering, rape, bloodshed. And in Mozambique, 500,000 babies. Angola, over 250,000 babies. Zambia, these are babies. 1.5 million black people killed in South Africa and around South Africa by this small hat regime in only 8 years. Now, this is just prior to Mandela getting out now. And we've been lied to that Mandela got out because of nonviolence. And when he gets out, he tells the people, if you pick me as president, I'll nationalize the resources and turn it over into the hands of the people. The first meeting he goes to is a meeting with the Oppenheimers. He comes out with the Biz, the clerk, small hat, holding hands with him. They both go get a Nobel Peace Prize. Where's the peace when we got centuries of dead? Why is nobody locked up for war crimes? Coming home. The brothers and sisters here got active. They said, we're going to shut South Africa down. The biggest corporation in South Africa was Coca-Cola. They got all the Coca-Colas taken out of the vending machines of all the campuses. They was on the move. John Henry Clark was up in Baltimore for a meeting for how we as black people in America could do something to help our brothers in Azania. And Dr. John Henry Clark got the mic. He said South Africa won't be free until the blood runs. Jesse Jackson gets up, pops up like a piece of toast. Said, whoa, no. We didn't know that he was having secret concessions with Dr. J and Bill Cosby to break the boycott and keep Coca-Cola in South Africa. That's the indigenous Negro.
Traitors.
Somebody hold this coon down. We got to check his temperature.
Uh-oh.
That might be that look like the Frederick Douglass effect now. But guess what? That's a he-she. That's a he-she. Real skeevy. I told you the Frederick Douglass effect started out with one white women, white females. Then they get a little bit more skeevy after that.
Uh-oh, slow down.
Anybody talking about integration, gotta watch them. For my oldest, now I'm not talking to my elders, I gotta quantify this right quick. For my olders that don't particularly know what you're looking at, this does not, you know what, I'm just gonna go all out. This is my lecture. That is not a spiritual giant.
That's right.
What you're looking at is a degenerate, backwards, fat homo that wants to teach your children to be fags and homos.
That's right. More black man.
That is a male in a dress. It doesn't just look like a male in a dress.
That's right. That's right.
What it is, bro.
Say it.
Let's look at what this fag wants to do to us.
Hello, my name is Vita Poseidnet, and you wouldn't believe this, but I have done what Charlize Theron has done. She has adopted a little African-American boy called Jackson, and I have adopted my little sweetheart here. His name is also with a J. He's from Limpopo, from Polokwane, and his name is Johannes, after my husband, Wamahasi. And I have adopted him because why not? There are so many young people that need love, and I have much love to give. And Shami was lonely. He doesn't have a place to stay now, and he hasn't got a family or relatives that want him. They expelled him from the family, and so now I'm going to look after him. Do you know, I've been through so many things as an Afrikaner, as a National Party member, which I'm sorry to say I voted for apartheid because nobody told me it was bad. If it was bad, and if I knew it was bad, I would have done something. But nobody told me, so I'm sorry. But I really believe the future of South Africa is happening because our young people are not, they're not baggaged down with all those terrible guilt feelings about apartheid. And we have a childhood development center, early childhood development center, 70 little children between the ages of 3 and 5. And you know, so look at Barack Obama. For all those years, he was a little brown boy with a white mother who did everything in her power to make sure that her little son would have the best education and believe that his dreams could come true. And today, he is the President of the United States of America. So anything is, because I think, you know, we don't need a crystal ball to see what is going to happen to South Africa tomorrow. The future of South Africa is certain. It is just
Earrings. I actually started as a stage manager in the theater. I mean, when I went to drama school, they said I don't have talent, so I must be a stage manager, which was the best thing that happened to me because I'm a qualified technician. I can set up a stage, I can do lights, I can do sound, I can make costumes, I can set props. En nou gebruik ons 'n lekker stukkie Afrika materiaal en al wat jy doen is jy maak hom. It's also a style. I mean, I've got a style now, and I know I've got a sort of a style of transparency, theatrical transparency, meaning that I don't need blackouts. I don't hide anything. I don't go behind the screen. I take off, I put on, you see me do that. What have I forgotten? Wat moet ek nog doen? Die hare! Evita also. You want to see Evita? I can sit here with all the makeup on and everything. She won't be here. But then I know how to put her on, and I summons the spirit.
Today, you know, that show will be remembered like for many years to come because some of the people in the boat, you know, were here 4 years ago, and they still remember what Peter had to say. You know, yeah. So I mean, Peter has actually left a mark in their minds and in their lives.
Inspiring to us that we as young people can also do the same thing that Peter is doing.
Mandela gives this small hat tranny access to our babies in South Africa. If you thought Atlanta was bad, about 2 years ago they had a transvestite cross-dressing what is it when they walking on the stage? A pageant. But guess what? The renegade elements in the ANC, brothers from the PAC, brothers from Steve Biko's Black Consciousness Movement. They said we do not see this degenerate, backwards, anti-African culture. We don't see that in the future of Azania.
That's right.
They caught the bomber, and he's no longer with us.
That's right. Good work. Right.
Give a hand for the brothers. But why do we have leaders here in the States and leaders in Africa aligning with these transvestites, these homos? Talking about he don't look like I never saw a man in a dress. I saw a spiritual giant. But look what they doing. I gotta break it down for what we just looked at. when they didn't get us with the integration, when we became militant, now we know exactly who the enemy is. Before we can strike, they're going to turn us into a bunch of homos and lesbians. Because a man that won't protect his own behind will do nothing to protect his race. A woman that want to exchange energies with another woman can do nothing to build a nation. Teach. Now let's bring it home, and we're going to get up out of here. This is before the civil rights. Killing them. The brother on the right, my right, the right. 1950, the cracker hit him in the head with a brick, and on his way down, the other cracker kicked him in his mouth. That's how they had us. But guess what? After civil rights, we on the come up now, right? Nope. He's the jiu-jitsu champion of the world. He gets down, belly and face on the ground to lick this nasty cracker's toes. Turning us into a bunch of homos.
Killing
them. Civil rights, nothing more than to get you to turn some cheeks. And literally, they got us out here turning cheeks. Let's go to Thurgood Marshall. 1959, Thurgood Marshall, Chief Counsel for the NAACP now. He comes out against the Nation of Islam, says that they are run by a bunch of thugs. Now, I want y'all to look at the nation right here. That's the FOI. That's the MGT right there. He said they're a bunch of thugs organized from prisons and jails now and financed, I'm sure, by NASA or some Arab group. Now, who's against the Arabs but the state of Israel? And who is Thurgood Marshall coming? Who is he representing but the NAACP and the small hats inside of that organization? To come out against righteous institutions. When the most honorable Elijah Muhammad came, after Garvey was pushed out the country, they had businesses, had the bean pies going, had the papers going so brothers could get some economic independence, had our sisters looking decent. Thurgood fights against that. Then when Muhammad Ali get caught up on charges for not going to fight for this cracker, Thurgood Marshall was on the Supreme Court. He had to recuse himself. He hated his people that much. He hated us that much, he had to recuse himself. And he never called us black. All of his legislation all of his judgments that he handed down, he said them Negroes. And when Muhammad Ali went before the courts, he had to recuse himself, but he wrote a letter and said, y'all to lock the Negro up. We began to fight for what? Equalization. Does that look equal?
No.
In our schools. Our push for equalization. You know how our grandparents say, I had to walk 10 miles through the snow to get to school. Young blood, you don't know how good you get.
Yes, sir.
The push was for equalization. Give us a bus. We paying taxes.
That's right.
Give us a bus.
That's right.
Equalization, nobody. Our push for equalization. You know how our grandparents say, I had to walk 10 miles through the snow to get to school. Young blood, you don't know how good you get.
Yes, sir.
The push was for equalization. Give us a bus. We paying taxes.
That's right.
Give us a bus.
That's right.
Equalization, nobody. Matter of fact, if you would have told somebody back then that the only way that their child would be able to learn is to sit up under some crackers, they probably got your tongue ripped out the back of your throat. We had race pride.
That's
the
right.
push was for equalization, and we was winning. It was so strong that in this paper, North Carolina, now look real close now, it says in Bladden, North Carolina, the cracker school got 1.5 million, and the black school got like a quarter. Push was for equalization. Then they came out, they said, okay, we can appropriate the funds right. It's getting too real, they putting the heat on. All right, we gonna give you the money that you need. Thurgood Marshall changes the argument from equalization to what? Desegregation. Every black teacher knew that if you close down the black schools and if we have to go to white institutions, we won't have no jobs. Principals in our own institutions had to walk down there and beg the cracker to be a janitor. That was desegregation. Now, how did he get like that? Nkrumah, Ezekwe at Lincoln University, HBCU, they had a fight against Thurgood Marshall because this is an HBCU now, and they got an all-white faculty. Nkrumah and Ezekwe said we need black teachers. No Good Marshall leads the opposing faction and says that black teachers are not qualified to teach at this university. Who was qualified? Albert Bagel Eaton and Locke's Einstein. Who else was teaching there? Joe Spingard. Du Bois even came out and said we can get a better education from black teachers. Just plain and simple. Kenneth B. Clark. He was taught at Columbia University by France Boas. Boas was a sociologist. The black elite and the black left, and they hung on the words of this small head. Why? Because he said that color does not dictate class. And that means for somebody that think that they's a talented 10th, the whole race ain't talented. Only 10% of them coons is the talented ones. That they should get acceptance on an individual basis by white folks. That was his teacher. Then the American Jewish Committee, the ADL, Anti-Defamation League, American Jewish Congress, they called a commission to study intergroup relations. Who did they get to head it up? But Kenneth B. Clark. There you go. Doll test. Now, Mattel didn't start making black doll babies until the 80s. Where did this Negro get a black doll baby from to do the doll test? This Negro goes and gets some lily white cracker doll babies, takes some fudge, and smacks it all up on the doll baby. I mean, looked like an old Johnson doll baby with a comb. And says, Jamal, which one do you like? That was the doll test. But guess what? He had another test that he had did before Brown versus the Board of Education that he conveniently left out under the auspice of No Good Marshall. They lied with expert testimony at the Brown versus the Board decision. He didn't tell them that in his previous studies, he did one in Massachusetts, which was the North, which was already integrated. Now, blacks was in school. We was in school with the crackers. And he did one down south in Arkansas where we had all black institutions. Guess what he found? At the age of 7, 65% of the children indicated their preference for brown. Even though he did these ugly looking doll babies, we still have race pride. Wow. Not only that, in table 8 of his own journal, his journal now, indicates a substantial majority of Southern children, 70%, colored their preference for brown, while only 36% of the Northern children. What does this mean? What does this mean? Wow. Malcolm X came on the scene and said that the Brown versus the Board decision was the greatest magical trick ever performed on the souls of America. What does this mean, though? What does it really mean? What it means is that when we have black teachers, although we may not have the best books, although we may not have the writing utensils, we may not have all of the resources that the cracker had, but our teachers were so good and so dedicated to see their own race rise that they made up for it with love and dedication.
That's right. Right.
We loved ourselves.
That's right.
It was those in the North that chose the white doll babies because they was already up under the crack. Look at that.
Hey.
Did Christopher Columbus discover America? You better put A. Come on, Keisha. It's A, right? Christopher Columbus discovered America. Look at our babies.
Hey.
Let's see how deep the rabbit hole goes. Chief Justice Fred Vinson dies. This was a staunch racist Anglo that was like, I don't want black people nowhere near white schools. He allowed for there to be a stalemate. There was a stalemate And this small hat, Felix Frankfurter, filibustered. And while the filibuster was going on, guess who dies? Mysteriously, Chief Vincent dies because he would not go along with the small hat agenda to integrate the schools. Oh, these people kill popes. They play for keeps now. They kill their own presidents. They killed the Supreme Court justice. 4 months later, after it was a stalemate in 1953, 4 months later, now there's a unanimous decision to integrate the schools. For those of us that don't know what a hook-nosed kite monster looks like, there you go. Now, Kenneth B. Clark, for his magic trick and his treachery against our race, you know, it's always a payday. These Negroes don't do this for free. He goes up to New York and leads the school board. It was him that allowed the Jewish Union, the Jewish Teachers Union, to come in and control the education of black students in New York. He would not even allow a true African history to be told in the textbooks. It was this Negro that kept the history of Africa out of the textbooks in New York with these small hats. Who else was with the small hats? The whole civil rights, all of the big six. Look at Martin Luther King sitting beside Jimmy Hoffa. These unionist small hats. I don't know if he's a small hat, but he was smuggling arms to Israel, to Moshe Dayan. This takes us to Ocean Hill-Brownsville. We got to understand the genesis of this. It said that Clark and Judge Delaney are current favorites of who? The Teachers Union. That come out of the book called Jews in Brooklyn. And look at Bayard Rustin. That was Martin Luther King's key advisor. Interfacing him and A. Philip Randolph with Albert Schenker, who was leading the Jewish Small Hat Teachers Union in New York. Now let's look at what the Ocean Hill-Brownsville massacre is. Let's find out how these small hats slaughtered the brains of our children.
In 1968, it fractured when Jews and blacks found themselves caught in a tragic struggle, with New York City school teachers facing off against an African-American community over control of the neighborhood schools.
It is a well-known fact that the overwhelming majority of the teachers in New York City are of the Jewish faith.
In essence, this has the makings of a tragedy.
The opening act of the tragedy began on May 9th, 1968, when 19 teachers and supervisors in the Ocean Hill-Brownsville section of Brooklyn were notified that they had been transferred.
The grades were low. The discipline was a great problem. Children were not really getting what we felt they should be getting to prepare for the future. I would say 95% of the teachers in the district were white, and we felt that there needed to be more black teachers and principals in the schools so that the children would have a chance to aspire and see that maybe they can achieve as well.
The black community had took over completely the education in Bed-Stuy. They had a principal that they was going to bring in, Herman Ferguson, who brought in a black survival curriculum. There was no math class though. Guess what their math class was? They was going to have a shooting range in the school to teach the young brothers how to deal with their enemies and protect their communities. You start the morning with martial arts, learning how to defend your people in your community. They had pictures of Marcus Garvey, of Hatshepsut, Imhotep all along the walls. When the kids would go through the hallways, they was hearing recordings that was positive upliftment. But then these Negro Uncle Toms got with the Jewish Teachers Union, and they came in and broke it all up and turned our babies back over to these crackers. There he is with the small hat. Let's go to the big six. The truth is that black-Jewish relations never were really good. We were the leaders. We set the timetable. We produced the money. We were the superior people. There we go again. There was no relationship of peer-to-peer, equal to equal, powerful group to powerful group. That was Albert Vortsman, a small hat from the American Hebrew congregations.
Uh-oh.
Highlander Group. This is where it all started. They got their training. Ralph Abernathy, King's second man, right-hand man. You can't see all the way up there, but that's Rosa Parks. That was a plan. That was planned by the small hats. And they destroyed our economics with this. You know that in Raleigh, North Carolina, we had a whole industry controlled by black people of buses and taxis and shuttles. It was so good, the crackers was getting on our buses. But as soon as they started the boycott, then it broke down all of the black economics. And everybody then had to go get on the crackers buses. I mean, are we really this childish that we really concerned about what seat? We gonna play musical chairs with our future? And then after the whole thing go down, they take the first section of the bus and make that for handicapped people. Now they gonna say, Negroes, get to the back of the bus. See how they do us? Foster in Washington, Stephen Currier had a meeting with 100 chairmen of Fortune 500 companies, and they put up the money to finance, these are small hats now, to finance this march in Washington. It's a march in Washington, but the original march was the March on Washington. Let's listen to Malcolm X.
And as these Negroes of national stature begin to attack each other, they begin to lose their control of the Negro masses. And Negroes was out there in the streets. They was talking about, we're going to march on Washington. By the way, right at that time, Birmingham had exploded, and the Negroes in Birmingham, remember, they also exploded. They began to stab the crackers in the back and bust them upside the head. Yes, they did. And the Negroes started talking about what? We're going to march on Washington, march on the Senate, march on the White House, march on the Congress, and tie it up, bring it to a halt. Don't let the government proceed. They even said they were going to go out to the airport and lay down on the runway and don't let no airplanes land. I'm telling you what they said. That was revolution. They called in Wilkins. They called in Randolph. They called in these national Negro leaders that you respect and told them, freaks, call it off. Kennedy said, look, you all letting this thing go too far. And old Tom said, boss, I can't stop it because I didn't start it. I'm telling you what they said. They said, I'm not even in it, much less at the head of it. They said, these Negroes are doing things on their own. They're running ahead of us. And that old shrewd fox, he said, well, if you all aren't in it, I'll put you in it. I'll put you at the head of it. I'll endorse it. I'll welcome it. I'll help it. I'll join it. And as soon as they got it formed, they elected Whitney Young as the chairman. And who you think became the co-chairman? Stephen Currier, the white man. A millionaire. Randolph knows it happened. Wilkins knows it happened. King knows it happened. Every one of that so-called Big Six. They know what happened. Once they formed it, with the white man over it, he promised them and gave them $800,000 to split up between the Big Six, and told them that after the march was over, they'd give them $700,000 more. $1.5 million split up between leaders that you've been following, going to jail for, crying crocodile tears for.
He didn't even write the speech, I Have a Dream. Who wrote it? A small hat. Stanley Levison wrote his speeches, was his closest personal advisor, and a former Communist Party member. Small hat. Talking about we need to hold hands with these crackers on the red clay hills of Georgia. It's going to be some red on some hills, but it won't be clay. Y'all think I'm being too hard on him. Look, it was Bayard Rustin. He said, this smart hat said, I asked Bayard Rustin, who organized the march now, whether the march was taken over by the administration, and found myself surprised that he did not disagree. He said, of course, if it would have been impossible to have any movement without the administration utilizing its strength to divert it into what it wanted. That's the organizer of the march. Not only that, while we trying to get voters' rights, guess what this small hat do? He give you a little bit of rice.
Revolutionary salute to our brother LRP for the donation to the war chest. Revolutionary way of life. Absolutely appreciate that love, brother. Salute to you.
Think things changing, then he open up every time you hear something about immigration, know that we are on the rise. Every time. Soon as we started taking community control of the resources in our community, they pushed the Immigration Act the same year, and this small hat drafts the legislation, and they bring all these Koreans in and give them grants to take over our community. Dang! Wow. Small hats, nobody else. Whoa. I'm not bloodthirsty, but there's going to be blood. That's right. Robert F. Williams said the idea that a tormentor will come to his senses and put down his back from brutalizing us. He said that don't make too much sense for us. He started the Black Guard down in North Carolina. The black children had to go swim in the stream, and black children were drowning. But he said, we paying our taxes. We need equalization. He went down to the pool. He told the crackers, give us 2 days. The cracker said, I don't think we can do that, Rob. He said, why not? They said, because once we let the cullets in, then we got to drain down the pool and fill it back up. We don't have resources for that. So they got suited and booted, walked down to the pool, and monitored as the black children swam in the pool. But you don't know about Robert F. Williams, because he said, a crusader with violence. He said the crusader, meaning get arms. You don't know him though, because they didn't finance that. The small hats back Martin Luther King to come out with crusader without violence.
Presently, we must use whatever method in our possession. We must make use of the gas bomb, the lycan, the ice pick, the switchblade, the axe, the hatchet, the razor, the brick, and the bullet. Next year, we shall meet machine gun with machine gun, hand grenade with hand grenade, in a new spirit of meeting violence with violence.
That both the NAACP, SCLC, the orthodox civil rights movement of the time, depended so heavily on white, northern, liberal support that they're fearful that embracing Williams or supporting Williams means immediately losing that support.
I wasn't going to crawl to try to appease and accommodate white people who were giving money, contributing money, that it was a matter of human dignity. So they said I was suspended for 6 months.
Williams and his followers had strayed farther away from the main line of Negro thinking. These incidents awakened the concern of moderate whites and Negroes alike. In line with his policy of armed self-defense, Williams organized Negro gun clubs. The town of Monroe was becoming a potential powder keg, an incident waiting to happen.
That's when James Foreman and Paul Brooks came into the community to help us to protest. And I think it was Foreman who said that the King forces wanted to prove nonviolence was successful over violence.
Thousands of Klansmen, Minutemen, and other fascist and racist poured into the city. And
revolutionary salute to our Queen Yaya's kids for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate your unwavering support, Queen. Salute to you.
And they had said that they were going to crush this demonstration, and most of all, they were going to kill me.
Then I told the God that it looked like we were going to have a battle that night.
You have to understand, these people are separate from Robert Williams in some ways. He's supporting them, he's helping them, but they're really not his people.
I started going to the telephone. I told him no, I was too busy. I wasn't going to accept any more calls. And then they hollered out again and said, well, this is Martin Luther King calling from Atlanta. He wants to talk to you. And I told him, I didn't care who it was, that it was too late now. He didn't come before, and now we already
When the guard got rolling, no crackers would step foot in the black community. Not one. The Klan would never come into that part of Monroe. The cracker lied when he said it's turning into a potential powder keg. That was a small hat. No, it was not. Black women had been getting raped. Wasn't no rape no more when the guard stepped on the scene. Dared the cracker to step in the black community. The chief of police rolled his window around, down, said, hey, Robert, you know you got thugs and murderers in the guard. He said, we feel a lot more comfortable if you got some good church brothers, choir singers and deacons. And Robert looked in the window, said, with all due respect, I want killers. Chief of police rolled up his window and went on his way. Now understand this now. Non-violence was brought to Monroe with the buses. They gonna get black boys and crackers to go all throughout Clanville, kissing these crackers, all up in open spaces. I mean, they are inciting violence. This is so ridiculous, this argument about nonviolence, when your whole modus operandi is to get beat down. I mean, you go out there saying, I'm nonviolent, but I want you to be violent with me so that I can get my movement going. It's ridiculous. Now that's the bus route. Monroe, North Carolina, where Robert F. Williams is not on the schedule. He gets put out the country, driven into exile. While he's in Cuba, small hats from Canada come down. They meet him in a coffee shop. At this time, he don't know they small hats now. And they say, Rob, we know you miss your family. We know you want to go home. There's one condition. Go back to the States, denounce violence and aggression, and work for King. And we'll let you come back. His FBI was signed by J. Edgar Hoover. Gay Edgar Hoover. Now look at this. Look at the state where Robert F. Williams is, where he's pushing the fact that the violence of oppression must be met with the violence of liberation. Defending our communities by the barrel of a gun. You see Freedom Rider arrests, hardly 0 in North Carolina. In Atlanta, over 300. Where King is, talking about this nonviolent gibberish. Number of victims. In North Carolina, where Robert F. Williams is, single digits, hardly none. Go to Georgia with Shuttlesworth and the boys, and King, over 300. Getting their heads beat and smacked in. Look at him up on the bed. There's Farmer and Core. Frederick Douglass effect. Now when Malcolm started the OAU and went all throughout Africa trying to link up the struggle with the states, when he left Africa and his plane was coming back, guess whose plane was going to Africa to reverse everything that Malcolm had did? But Farmer, who we know now is an agent and was on the CIA payroll. There's a small hat that was controlling him. Then we got Roy Ennis, a tragic Negro, coming out of court. He goes around the U.S. When Angola was fighting for its independence. They kicked the Portuguese out. In 1975, 3 African states declared independence: Angola, Mozambique, and Guinea-Bissau. Portugal fell. How do we win wars that don't celebrate? As if we never dealt with these crimes. He gets paid by Henry Kissinger, a small hat, to go throughout the states and recruit black men from the Vietnam War to go fight against the MPLA in Angola.
Africa, 1975. The last colonial empire was dying, and the people of Angola reached for freedom. As the MPLA began rehearsals for Independence Day, battles were still raging just miles from the capital.
Our solution was the CIA, without approval from the National Security Council, delivered $300,000 to Holden Roberto and ordered him to send his people into northern Angola. We actually had a celebration party in the CIA headquarters in Washington. We expected the news by the end of the day that we would have captured Luanda.
Angola would have been lost. Mobutu's troops were close to Luanda. The South Africans had penetrated over 1,000 kilometers. They were close to Luanda.
The Cuban and MPLA forces outgunned the South Africans.
Everything on the field. Men, vehicles, weapons. It was a great victory over the South Africans.
They were shot away badly. I just saw these lorries with blood dripping out of it. It wasn't very nice. And then to go and investigate, and for the first time to see they're actually your own troops. It wasn't very nice at all.
South African and American hopes of a quick victory over the MPLA were crushed. Washington was running out of options. The administration fell back on the CIA. It secretly provided money for Roberto and Savimbi to recruit mercenaries from Africa, America, and Europe.
We did kill when we had no particular reason to. We tortured to achieve information that they probably didn't have, and this was not captured enemy soldiers. These were probably just local civilians.
Roy Innes of CORE recruits blacks here to go to Angola and fight along with the small hats in South Africa. They're supposed to be non-violent. They go training right there, right here in Virginia. That's where they trained at. Moving on to SNCC, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. Those are the small hats that was in there. And look at Lupe Fiasco, young folks. These small hats still coming after you because they know that once we get on top, it's all over. And this is in Lowndes County. There was 80% black population with 0% representation on the government. It was these brothers in SNCC after the 6-day war that the Israelis fought against the Palestinians in Egypt against NASA. NASA was a Pan-Africanist. They said, nah, time out for this. We ain't working with these small hats no more. Get them out of the organization. This brother right here in the middle, he the one that took black power for black people and made it black power. That's Baba Mukasa.
That's right.
You got Marion Bird from this city, a soldier, racially responsible, doing work. He didn't get in the office and say, oh, I'm in office, but I can't do nothing for you black people because if I do something, they're going to get me up out of here. Negro, what are you doing in there?
That's
if
right.
you ain't going to do nothing for the people.
That's right.
Then you got H-Rap Brown, Jamil Halamini, who said violence is as American power. They had over $1 million to work with when they was doing what the small hats wanted them to do. But when they came out with the Lowndes County Freedom Party, and then they started putting out publications about these small hats and about Zionism, guess what? They couldn't get no money and no support nowhere. No money. They went from $1 million to couldn't raise $10,000. That was the flyer, and this is how they was voting. The Democrats got the donkey and they got elephants and all of that. Their political platform was a Black Panther.
That's right.
Once we kicked the small hats out of our inner circles of organization, look what we produced. Strong black men.
Yeah.
Who came and said the black nation needs a black army. Said it's time. Revolution has come. It's time to pick up the gun. They was patrolling the pigs around our neighborhood, making sure our communities were safe. If a brother got outside his African mind, thought he was going to whip up on a sister, there wasn't no police call. If she threatened to call the Panthers, that he would get himself together.
That's right.
So how do we go from that to them with Jane Fonda, the White Panther? and all of this skeevy, degenerate orgies and crack parties. Small hats came back in. Now Stokely Carmichael gave his name to the Panthers because the Panthers came out of SNCC. He gave his name so that they can get national notoriety, but he wasn't really in it like that. But he met with Bobby Seale and Eldridge Cleaver right here in D.C. and told them, if you ever want to do something for your people, keep the small hats out of the Panthers. He told them. Who they let in? Eldridge Cleaver was writing a paper for David Horowitz called The Ramparts. He allowed the hats to come in. Then when Huey got knocked, he was a righteous brother, but when he got knocked, the small hats brought him out of prison and said, you got to stop the anti-Semitism in the Panthers. And the whole thing started the fraction. Elaine Brown was trained by Jay Kennedy, a CIA operative, who she said in her own book, and he taught her about Marxism. Then they was having wild, degenerate parties up in California with Bert Snyder, more small hats. And all that degeneracy, we still was fighting. We was making a comeback. We had conscious rap, hip-hop that had grown from the ashes of this degeneracy. And it came back. KRS One, the black woman is not a host, she's a goddess. Don't call me in, I'm a god. That's what the black man is. All this progressive upliftment. We didn't control it though. We let this small hat break up PE. And they gave us ends with attitude. Degeneracy. Having us calling each other N-words. No respect for our women. That's how we felt about it. But we didn't fight for it. We didn't fight for the righteous music. 90% of warfare is culture. If you have somebody take what you have and have you talking about black women are bees and shooting your brother and dealing drugs and all of this, that's warfare. But who started it? Who was behind it? Who financed it? And because we didn't control it, because we talking about turn that music down, I'm listening to Luther. We allowed a whole culture to be lost and perverted by these small hats.
How was he were you guys close as friends from that point on, or gradually?
We became like father and son. So our relationship was unheard of for a almost middle-aged white Jewish businessman to have a relationship like that with a early 20s ex-drug dealer. You'll find that you ask me questions, Sergio, and I answer whatever I feel like answering. So I loved what was happening here. I loved the rap scene. And I thought that it was a viable scene because I didn't like Bronx rap. I call it the era of gold chains and big, guys wearing gold chains, walking around holding their crotches. So it wasn't musical, and it didn't have any kind of humor to it, and no sense of humor to their music. So when I heard what was happening on the West Coast, I liked that. But
yeah, it must be something great to know you were behind, a very revolutionary change in the music industry, as far as with Ruthless and Eazy-E.
Well, Sergio, I've been involved with the Panthers. I represented Ike and Tina Turner. I represented the Diggers in San Francisco. I represented Elton John and Pink Floyd and people, Van Morrison and Marvin Gaye. I believe that the most important contribution that I've ever made to the music business was NWA and Ruthless Records. I just weigh everything, and I just let you weigh it.
Yeah.
You decide, is Jerry Heller the white devil, or is Jerry Heller the founding genius of gangster rap?
We're going to take all the confusion out of it. Whoever starts this is a devil.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Woo!
Small hats now. Turn hip-hop into hat-hop.
Good flop. Kill him.
Out of this degeneracy, We may not, all of us, know about our black God and goddess from Africa, but they still caring for us. They still sending us liberators.
That's right.
They still sending us. They got hope that they know that we're going to win. They sent us one, General Khalid Muhammad.
Yes, sir.
And one thing he was clear on was who our sworn, bitter, and open enemy was this small hat. Did he or did he not?
Yes, sir.
Matter of fact, out in LA, he showed us that dealing with your enemy will save your life. He was in his motorcade, about to give a lecture. The motorcade was supposed to pull around the facility. The small hats, Reuben, and the ADL and the JDL had financed a Negro and gave him guns to take Khalid out. And when the motorcade pulled in the back of the building, they had already cleared out the bushes to take the shot on Khalid. When Khalid saw the small hats out front, he told them stop the car. They wouldn't stop it. He jumped out a moving car and rode up on the small hats. Dealt with him. Saved his life. When he got in, did the lecture, they pulled the fire alarm or something to try to flush him out. And he went out on the front and they took shots and almost killed him. He died on the operating table. But he came for a purpose. And so he couldn't be taken from us before he fulfilled that purpose. Let's see what the general came to teach us.
Here is just one of the comments that provoked the Anti-Defamation League to take out a full-page ad in the New York Times and other newspapers. What the ADL did essentially was publish in the New York Times some of the things that you said. Here's a part, this is an audio tape of part of your speech to Kane College last November that created such furor. Khalid Muhammad speaking.
He put the hit on this brother.
The hook-nosed, bagel-eating, locks-eating, imposter perpetrating a fraud, Johnny-come-lately, just crawled out of the caves and hills of Europe, wanna be you.
What scares Jews today is that the taboo of anti-Semitism in major American institutions seems to be breaking down. So that on the university campus, for example, there are a disturbing number of people who are teaching things about Jews which are clearly anti-Semitic, like that Jews controlled the slave trade. Not that Jewish merchants participated in the slave trade, because there certainly were Jewish merchants who participated along with other merchants in the slave trade, but that's not what's being said. What's being said is that Jews were the controlling element of the slave trade, which was certainly not true historically. Not only wasn't it true historically, the only reason people would say that is to try to destroy the notion of a black-Jewish alliance, and therefore to hurt black-Jewish relations today.
You say you lost 6 million, and we question that. You say you lost 6 million.
The controversies have become a repeated public ritual of call and response, a spectacle often performed for television. It starts with an anti-Semitic provocation.
The so-called Jew Holocaust.
Next, Jewish leaders demand that black leaders repudiate the hate speech.
If we remain silent in the face of bigotry, it will destroy everything that
I agree,
protects
which
both
is
of
why I
us.
was not silent, but I'm also not going to have somebody else write my speeches on how I'm not going to be silent.
This is beyond Khalid, Al, and you can't squirm
It is
out.
way beyond Khalid. It's about the distortions that people want to set up to continue this match, and they can't back it up
Al,
with
this
facts.
is a game you're not going to be able to
Well,
play both
first of all, we're
ways.
not playing a game.
You've come down to a line that you really have to
Mr.
look at.
Sleeper, we are not playing a
cannot
game.
deal with
We're talking
Farrakhan
about
and be
some
the kind
reality.
of minister you say
Well,
you are.
first of all,
you cannot deal with Farrakhan and be the kind of leader that you say you
The
are.
ritual continues. Some blacks confronted on talk shows go only partway in meeting Jewish demands.
Attacking about this in terms of dealing with certain anti-Semitic sensibility, but you see there's a difference between a Nazi or one calling for genocidal solutions to black existence or Jewish existence, as opposed to those who have certain xenophobic elements in their rhetoric.
Many Jews say that's not enough.
One of the most unfortunate aspects of the breakdown of the effectiveness of black Jewish activist politics.
He doesn't mind it if there's a disruption in black Jewish relations. He doesn't want black Jewish relations.
The United States House of Representatives
in an unprecedented action. I don't know whether there's a precedent for the U.S. House to take its time to debate and vote on the condemnation of a private citizen, but it has done that. 435 members of the House of Representatives debating the condemnation of Mr. Muhammad.
On November 29, 1993, at Keene College in New Jersey, Mr. Khalid Mohammed, a senior representative of the Nation of Islam, delivered an outrageous and violent attack on the principles of racial, religious, and ethnic intolerance. His attempt to incite violence by preaching bigotry and hatred must be swiftly and forcefully condemned.
Anybody out there telling us, man, about some nonviolence and we need to align with these small hats, man, look at this beautiful sister. Look at this beautiful sister. Let's give this sister some love on the front lines. One of the only black politicians to hold her own commission on COINTELPRO and how the government murdered our brothers and sisters in the rest of lockdown. She was there on the front lines of the Bush-Brown massacre. Somebody falsely calls it, some people falsely calls it Hurricane Katrina, but the hurricane didn't kill nobody. The Bush-Brown massacre. She was on the front lines. She was on the front lines against Obama's incursion into Libya, dropping bombs. She said that his war on Libya is a war on Africa. Strong sister. The Israeli Navy kidnapped her on international waters. And that's her prison number that they gave her, trying to dehumanize her. Then the ADL come after her. The APAC come after her. They gerrymandered her districts twice now. Twice gerrymandered her districts and tried to get her out of Congress. Because she has not sold her blackness. That's right. Because she's taking a stand for what she knows is right and fighting for the black community. That's right. These type of leaders are few and far between. Yes, and we got to stand up for them when they stand up for us. Yes, sir. Did y'all know that when those Koreans came over here in the 80s, that they went to their own polls? They didn't even go to the regular polls. They went to their own polls and elected their own Korean leader. While we was out talking about Jesse Jackson for president. If he would have went and did something independent and just try to run for just us, we could have went to our own polls, legitimized him, and he would have legitimized us. But he doesn't want that. He doesn't care. All he wants to do, like all the rest of these cool Mobutus, is be accepted by these crackers. And you got to know, even when they look like they fighting the cracker, it's not for liberation. It's not for our independence. They only fighting the cracker because they want the cracker to accept them. And we done now. Coming to a close. Somebody thinks that that's Obama.
Barry Davis.
But at the end of this lecture, as we come to a close, we know that every so-called black misleader that they parade out in front of us is controlled by who?
Small hats.
Small hats. Now, APAC gerrymandered her district, got her kicked out of Congress, and they put their hands on her, had the police assault her in the halls of Congress. But here he comes out, and he's supporting APAC. How does this happen? We have to know. Anytime that the crackers are comfortable with a so-called black leader, he is not working in our interest. So let's take a look at who Barack Obama really is.
African continent, man, the battle stations start the African jihad. The time to start chasing, yeah, you really gonna need God. AR's arm, game, and hand in guard can't reach y'all. Chaos cause changes, freedom fighters could never die. We all God's angels. I rise like the sun with my God and my gun. I walk with them hand in hand like father and son. My God told me stand strong, never told me to run. My gun to my enemies, one squeeze it done. I rise like the sun with my God and my gun. I walk with them hand in hand like father and son. My God told me stand strong, never told me to run. My gun to my enemies, one squeeze it done.
Crazy what they show you is always, he's showing you Then the small hats was controlling the government in all the key positions. They just showed us earlier this year, somebody did a video. All of Joe Biden's leaders in certain positions is the same people. How are they staying in power no matter who comes and goes? Senators, congresspeople, presidents, they stay the same, really in the positions of power.
Yeah. They insured the ships, they paid for the whips, they funded the expeditions, they paid for the trips, and they talked about shit inside. They funded our Holocaust, they screaming our Mazel Tov from throwing the Molotov. Get you in your noggin, now your yarmulke falling off. It's Yahweh or the highway, you'll be dead when the shots spark. When the shots hit your chest, hit a burn like Bacardi Dark. Return to the Falasha, kill the white Jew and Hostler. Because you lack the matzah to deal with my people proper. Now you gon' have to deal with this breathing shotgun, the slumlord. The moment you see me, you know you're done for. You even see my face on your TV, you better run for it. The evil Hebrew, unequal, you claim to be the chosen people. The wrath of God come to see you. No respect for Israel, you criminals set the colony. You hate me because I'm speaking the truth. You try to silence me. I believe in my God and in my God. And well, you don't really believe in God. If you believe in the God, I believe in God and my God. And I pray that He will bless this huge strength with His having
That's the Obama administration. That's who Obama really is. See all those small hats? I should have warned y'all to go get a Snickers or something. Good. Right. And these are all the turncoats. It's the wall of shame. At the politicians, the religious man, the academic, all people of all areas of activity controlled by the small hat interests. And those are the true freedom fighters. Give a hand for the true freedom fighters. Say that we will be free. And so I hope that in this lecture, really you get a firm foundation on who our enemies truly are, so that we can organize, keep them out of our movements, keep them out of our circles, don't let them in, and start to look at Black leaders and critique them. Who is financing them? Who does he associate? Who does he interface with? Where is this organization getting this money from? You know, the Malcolm X grassroots is getting money from George Soros, a small hat, all over the place. So we got to control our own institutions and begin to fund our own institutions. And that's what it's going to take for us to get free. Because it's not that we can't get free on our own. It's not that we can't win. All through this lecture, you've seen time after time, we win and we win and we win it. But because we allow them to come in and influence us and have so much influence, then they take the spoils of the victory. Whew, man. Y'all think we can win?
Yes, sir.
Give a hand for yourselves and for the Warren Horizon family for another lecture. The secret relationship between small hats and Black leaders.
Coffee. Follow me.